Hey everybody, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Tonight is the night we're gonna have a party, yeah. We're having a 7-year sober bash. Come on in, y'all. Hey Donna, hey Billy, what's up? Thank you. Y'all come on in. Do me a solid. Share the video, like the video, and invite your friends, okay? Share the video, like the video, and invite your friends. Also, I want to hear from you guys. Drop your sobriety dates in the comment section. Tell me how long you've been sober and where you're from. And if you're not sober, that's okay. Tell me where you're from and tell me something that you're grateful for. Okay, so let's get this party started. Let's get it pop locking and dropping it, okay? So let's share the video. I mean, seriously, you guys, help me out. I want to see you guys sharing the video. I want to see y'all liking it up. I want to see y'all inviting people up in here. Let's do the damn thing. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, tonight's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. We got a bunch of speakers coming to share their stories. All right. Then after they share their stories, if any of you guys want to come up, y'all can. Okay. We support all pathways here. So whatever kind of recovery you do, you're welcome here. Okay. Share the video, like the video, invite your friends. Share the video, like the video, invite your friends. And our first speaker is going to be Jessica, I think. Jessica or Tiffany. I can't remember which one I told if they were going first or not. Tiffany, is it you that's going first? Is it Jessica? Hey, Effie. Hey, Jodeci. Thank you, girl. This is a big deal for me, you guys. This is a huge... Oh, okay, cool. This is a huge milestone for me. 7 years. I don't know why. It just feels really, really, really special. Okay. I don't know if it's because I struggled a lot this past year and I'm just so grateful I made it, or if it's like, I don't know. I just feel really, really special. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I feel really I feel like today is it's just really special for me, you guys. 7 years. There was a time in my life where I didn't want to live. Like, I would wake up in the mornings and I would be upset because I had to wait. I woke up, and sure, when I first started using drugs, it was all fun and games at the beginning. Hey, Sarah, love you, girl. Hey, Stephanie. It was all fun and games at the beginning. It felt good, right? It was a relief. But what happened was, after a while, the drugs turned on me, and it was causing and wreaking havoc in my life. And so I never thought that I would be able to stay sober. I really didn't. I had tried to get sober so many times without success, failing, one after the other. Okay, and then finally, you guys, I finally tried something different, and I'm so grateful that I did, because I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't. Thank you guys so much for being a part of my recovery journey. Thank you guys for supporting me and believing in me, and we're gonna have fun. Like, this is a big deal. I'm 7 years fucking sober, y'all. At midnight, I will be 7 years officially. So we're going to rock it. We're going to be here till midnight. So y'all better get y'all motherfucking selves a pillow. Go get yourself something to drink. Go get yourself something to snack on, because we're going to be talking all night long. Okay? So if y'all wouldn't mind helping me out, please, everybody, let's share the video. Share it to your first top 15 friends here on TikTok. If everybody shares it to 15 people, then we'll be doing really good, Tiffany's going to be the first speaker. She's going to come on at about 8:30. Okay, guys? So we're going to get the audience real big and built up, Tiffany, for when you come on. There's going to be a bunch of people in here, girl. The pressure's on. So this is how it's going to go for those of you guys that are just coming in. What's up, everybody? Come on in. Come on in. It's party time. So tonight is the 7-year sober bash for me, Nicole. We're going to have speakers, about 4 or 5 speakers at the beginning to share their stories. Okay. That way you ain't got to listen to me the whole time. And then after our last speaker comes on, I'll come on and talk a little bit about my sobriety and how I got here. And then you guys can come on and share. Okay. What's up, baby?
Did you do something?
Nate, I did. Go ahead. Open the window, Nate. Nate wants to show y'all the storm. Thank you, Melody. It's okay. Don't pull it that hard. There you go. Okay, now you can shut the door. It stopped. Okay? I love you. All right? You want to say hi to everybody? Show them your face. Come on. Nate wants to say hi, guys.
Hi.
Tell them today is my tomorrow's my 7 years, huh, Nate? Mm-hmm. Hey, look at me. Come here.
What?
Are you proud of your mom for being sober? Little turd knocker. He's proud of me. Yeah, and then that's what we'll do. So it's going to be fun. I hope you guys enjoy it. From 8 to 12, we're going to be here live. I'll tell you guys this, like the TikTok recovery community, I joined the TikTok recovery community around like October, I think, or maybe a little bit sooner than that. The summer of 2020, I think, is when I joined. And, you know, I didn't find my place right away. It took me a little bit to find my place and get acquainted with everybody. But it really has been such a big part of my recovery, being able to come on here and go live and have access to so many people, you know, that are in recovery and that support me and that want to follow my journey. And it really has been such a beneficial thing for me, you know. I'm sure it comes with, you know, a lot of negative stuff, but I really try to just ignore the negative crap and focus on the positive things, you know, like all of you guys that are here to support me. And it means so much to me that you guys are here and that y'all are going to hang out with me for my 7 years. It really, really does. And anyway, I'm not going to get emotional because I will probably get emotional, cry. I'm really grateful to be alive. I'm really, really grateful. I did so many things in my addiction where I should have died, you know. I overdosed, I've been in comas, and I hurt my family so much. And I'm just so grateful that I have a chance to make it all right. I'm so grateful that I'm able to amend my relationships with my mom and dad and my sisters. I'm so grateful that I have my son back and I'm able to be a mom to him. You know, I can't imagine what would have happened if I never got Nate back, you know, if I hadn't gotten sober. And so it's just a really big deal to me. Like, this is huge for me. Huge. And I'm so fucking proud of myself.
New visitor.
Like, I'm so fucking proud of myself. No matter what happens, I always try to stay positive. When people try to come after me here on TikTok and drag my name through the mud, I always respond and I try to be kind. I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. And I truly believe, like, if I was out from the outside looking in, I am a good representation of what recovery should be. And I'm fucking proud of myself for that. I'm proud of myself because I have worked hard to get to where I'm at. It is hard to rise above when half of the internet, it feels like, is coming after you and dragging your name through the mud. It's hard when people call CPS on me for no reason. It's hard when people have reached out to my job and tried to get me fired, all here on TikTok. And I have repeatedly rose above that, you know? And so I am damn proud of myself, you know? And so I haven't felt this proud of myself since I was in high school and I made the cheer squad. True story. You know, staying sober isn't hard anymore. It was really hard at the beginning because I still had a lot of reservations to use. I still felt like maybe I could use and not have any negative consequences. You know what I'm saying? But now I know without a shadow of a doubt that I can't use, and that if I ever did, I would lose everything. I would lose everything. Thank you. You know, and that's what makes it easier, is that I know that I can't do that. I know that if I pick up, my whole life will fall apart. I'll ruin my life just like that. Blink of an eye. You know, and with my luck, something horrible would happen right away, you know? Hey, Angela, what's up, girl? So, like I said, Tiffany's going to come on at 8:30, so it's 8:10 right now. Hold on, I think I'm going to put y'all right here because it's a little bit more comfortable for me, yeah. And then we'll listen to her tell her story. I'm so excited. Y'all keep sharing the video and liking the video and inviting your friends. And I'll tell you a little story before Tiffany comes on, okay? So for those of you guys that don't know, I have been to, I think, 6 or 7 rehabs. And I remember the first treatment center I ever went to. It was called Quapaw House Incorporated. It's shut down now. And it was a really nice treatment center in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Well, I went there and I was coming off of meth, benzos, and opiates. And I was still on my parents' insurance, you know what I'm saying? So my insurance was able to pay for it. And while I was there, I met my best friend, Scott. He's a gay guy. And the way I met him was he was assigned to the cafeteria to make us all, you know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And he was listening to Madonna in there one day. And I walked in there and I was dancing and singing like a virgin, touched for the very first time. Anyways, and we were voguing and we were having the best time, right? And that's when we became just like the best of friends while I was in treatment. Well, we ended up graduating treatment together, and I went into moved back with my parents. My parents, this is a one and only time my parents let me live with them, and then that was it. My parents had let me live with them as long as I stayed sober and got a job. So I got a job at Colorado Grill with Scott, and he stayed in a sober living, and I stayed with my mom and dad. And we were doing so freaking good, you guys. We were kicking ass for like 6 months. And then there was a lady named Connie at our job who was selling methadone tins. And Scott got some and I got some. And that's all it took. We were back to the races. Now, if a situation like that like happened to me today, if that arose, I would literally be so mad, first of all, that anybody would even try to give me drugs, you know? And then I would freak the fuck out probably, because I'm just like no, it makes me just nervous thinking about it, you know? But back then I only had like 6 months sober, so it was like I just picked him right back up and I was back to the races. And then my parents kicked me out. And that's one thing that my mom and dad, you know, they would not enable me. They would give me food, they would give me water, they would allow me to take a shower, give me some clean clothes, but they weren't going to let me live up in their house with me still getting high. They were adamant about me, you know, being sober if I wanted to be a part of the family, if I wanted to be with them. And I had a little sister who was also struggling with addiction. This eye is driving me crazy. So my little sister Michelle was also struggling with addiction. So it was like a double whammy. But my sister had a little boy, so she had HUD. So she had an apartment. So I started to go stay with my sister. And let me just tell y'all something. Me and my sister together on drugs, we are wild as fuck, man. We are crazy. So that was just not a good combination at all. We would fight so much, dude. Woo! And she was always leaving me with her kid. Oh, you know? So, but now we're both sober, and I'm so fucking proud of both of us. Hey, Terry, what's up? Terry, is that Terry from Hot Springs? Yeah. And when me and my sister used together, we would just, like I said, get in fights all the time and just stupid shit, you know? So, hey, what's up, bitch? What's up? Terry knows me from the streets, y'all, from when I used to get high. What's up, bitch? What's up? I'm sober as a motherfucking judge now. A lot of people from high school and from my hometown have been finding me here on social media now. And I think it's so freaking cool that you guys are finding me because, like, now I'm not strung out. Now I can actually, like, have a conversation and, like, do things, you know? I was fun when I was getting high, but I was a liability to a lot of my friends because I would get so fucked up. Do you know what I mean? And so I think when I was running around with Terry, I was getting high on methamphetamine. At least that's what I remember the last time we hung out, because Shannon was there, and who was that guy that was his name Spencer? I can't remember that guy's name. The guy with the tan and the dark hair. Oh God, I can't remember his name. I don't remember his name. But anyways, I remember being over at your apartment that last time, and I went with him out to his house or something. I can't remember. But are you back in Hot Springs, or are you staying out of state still? And I love you too, girl. You'll have to send me a message or something on Facebook, or send me a message here. I'll follow you here, so that way you can send me a message, okay? But I'm so happy that you guys are finding me. Love you. So, okay, y'all, I'm excited. So, 7 years sober, 7 motherfucking years. Do you have pics? Would you please, yes, please send me a DM, okay? I just followed you so you can DM me. I will DM me, and then I'll send you my cell phone number. And you can call me or you can text me. I would love those pictures because I love to show all the pictures online. You know what I'm saying? Of when I was crazy and stuff. 7 years, that's cool. I'm on day 97. Last few months, though, was fentanyl, which is why I'm on MAT. Hey, that's awesome, Angel Wings. I'm so proud of you. Like, 97 days sober is a huge accomplishment. Do not say just 90 days or not, just 90 days or you are sober, okay? You are doing the thing that you have to do to make a change in your life. It doesn't matter if you're utilizing Suboxone. It doesn't matter if you're on methadone. It doesn't matter if you're on medical marijuana or kratom. Whatever you guys use that helps you to not fucking ruin your life, I support that shit, okay? I'm not your typical 12-step AA Nazi who's going to tell you, oh, sorry, you're not clean and sober, while I sit over here and smoke my cigarettes, drink a pound of coffee and all my energy drinks too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in supporting all recovery. I believe that recovery is to gain back what you lost, okay? Recovery is to gain back what you lost. So if you are gaining back the things that you lost when you were in active addiction, if your life is improving, if your relationships are being mended, if you're getting your children back from CPS, if you're thriving and you have a full-time job and you're able to make money and buy yourself things and you got your car and you're paying off your fines, you're getting off probation, whatever, then you're in recovery. That's what recovery is all about, okay? It's all about improving and changing your life. Also, it's about being a better person and loving yourself, right? On the inside. Because the reason why a lot of us use drugs and alcohol is because we were in pain. We were hurting on the inside, okay? Whether it be because we were insecure, we didn't love ourselves, we had trauma that happened to us when we were younger, maybe sexual abuse, maybe mental or verbal abuse, okay? It could be a whole different range of things, all right? But that's why we use, because of pain, because of hurting. And sobriety is amazing, but it's not going to totally cure every problem that you have. So that's why we have to work on the inside to help us heal, you know? That's what we got to do. We got to work on the inside so that way we can heal. And that's the thing. You can get sober and still be hurting. So that's why you have to go to therapy and do all your therapy, meditation, working with others, praying, whatever helps you to heal on the inside is what you got to do. And sometimes you got to try different things until you find what works. Okay. Yeah, I had to try. I went through treatment like 6 or 7 times and kept failing, you guys. I had to try over and over and over again until I found what worked for me. Okay? And listen to me, okay? The reason why it took me so long to get sober is because I was stuck in this box believing that the only way to get sober was through abstinence, was through AA. And that's just not the case, honey. And that's what I've learned now. And that's why I'm able to make changes in my life today, because I was stuck trying to fit into this mold of the AA 12-step sobriety. And that's just not my way. It's not the way that it was meant for me, and when I finally tried something different, that's when I was able to obtain and maintain my sobriety. I had to open my heart and open my mind and say, you know what? AA is not working for me. I've given it a good try. I've tried for 10 years in and out of AA. Okay? And that did not work for me. And so I have to find something different that actually works for me. And so there's nothing wrong with not doing the traditional 12-step recovery, Hey, Nicola, what's up, girl? So, everybody, let's get ready. Tiffany's about to come on and share her story. Y'all, please help me out. Those of you guys that are in here that are moderators, help me by sharing the video and liking the video, and so that way we can get people to stay in here and be active and all that shit. Okay? So, where's Tiffany at? Hold on. She's going to go live in just a second, so then I'll bring her up here. Hey, thank you. Oh, good. She's live. I started Anti-Abuse Day 4 on it. Hey, that's awesome. All right, here we go. Here she comes, you guys. Live goals update. A wish list includes officials. Whatever.
Hello, gorgeous.
Hey, what's up, girl?
Nothing. I'm so excited about your birthday.
What is this? Do you see this live goals? I don't know what that is. I don't know. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't go on here. I don't do lives enough to do
I don't know
that. I need to do them more.
It's just okay. Okay, so I'm excited. I'm excited for my birthday too. I'm excited to hear your story.
Yes.
So you know the deal. You got the floor. I want to know what it was like when you were growing up. What it was like when you decided to try drugs for the first time. What your life was like while you were getting high. Was it fucked up? Were you fucking shit up? Tell us all about the bad stuff. And then I want you to tell us. Then I want you to tell us about how you got sober and what your life is like now that you're sober.
Okay, that's a lot.
I know.
I'm gonna do it one step at a time because I got ADD and I can only do it one step at a time.
Tell me about what it was like growing up. I want to know about your family.
Okay, well, first of all, I am a grateful recovering alcoholic and addict, and I just celebrated 4 years of sobriety. And in April,
hell yeah,
I live in Alabama in the Bible Belt, so it's just a whole nother world down here when it comes to recovery. Anyway,
yeah.
I'm the only child. I don't have any brothers or sisters or anything, so it's just me and my mom and dad. My mom had a motorcycle accident before I was born and lost her leg. She was 21. And as a result of that, she's had, I want to say, 67 surgeries.
Oh, wow.
So as a result of that, she became addicted to pain medication.
Okay.
So my dad is a functioning alcoholic.
Uh-huh.
And he would die if he ever heard me say that, but because he still don't get it, even with everything else. My mom is in recovery now.
Uh-huh.
Growing up,
how old were you when your mom became addicted?
oh Lord, she was having surgeries before I was even born, but
Okay.
it didn't get really bad until I was probably about, I guess, 10 or so.
Okay.
Maybe about 8, because she started drinking a lot with the pills, because
Okay.
you can't just do one thing.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
alcohol was very very accessible at my house. It was not uncommon for everybody to be drinking all the time. They would have football parties. We would, cook out. It didn't matter what we were doing. There was alcohol.
Yeah.
I remember that from the time I was little. So I just thought that that was what grown-ups did. You
Yeah.
drink. Um, I have a lot of family history of addiction besides just my parents. I have a lot of my uncle died of cirrhosis of the liver a couple of years ago. I have a lot of mental health issues that run in my family
Mhm.
and deal with mental health issues as well. But I didn't have a terrible childhood. That's the thing. Like, it wasn't like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, all that stuff was going on, but it was when I got into high school that it got worse for me,
Uh,
because like there were nights where I literally had to throw my mom over my shoulder and put her to bed. And as a 15, 16-year-old girl, you shouldn't have to be doing that.
right.
And I resented her for a long time for that, because not just for that one incident or anything, but just for teaching. She taught me how to be an addict without realizing that she was teaching me how to be an addict, because I I would go with her to her doctor's appointments, and she would manipulate the doctors into giving her more pain medicine, because she had had extensive surgeries and stuff, but by this point she's addicted to them,
Yeah.
and she's got doctors that are writing her entirely too much. But I was learning, and I didn't even know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've dealt with pain for the really since I started my period. I've dealt with pain. I had endometriosis. I had polycystic ovarian syndrome.
And no,
I also,
endometriosis is painful too. I know that.
yes, it's awful, awful. Um, and so I dealt with a lot of pain with that, but then I had a lot of back issues as well, because sorry, there's a gnat in here and it's like,
No, you're
it's
okay.
driving me nuts. Um, I had ended up having a breast reduction, and they took 10 pounds off of me, which helped my back problems immensely. I don't have any issues with that anymore. But I started getting really depressed when I was in high school. Being at home, taking care of my mom. She was lonely. She would find reasons to keep me at the house, ground me for stuff, for silly things, or, you know, yeah, your friends can come over here, but you can't go anywhere else. Like, she was just lonely.
Yeah.
And I'm very overprotective. I wasn't wild when I was in high school. I was the girl with her nose in a book. I didn't do sports. I was president. I was president of Students Against Destructive Decisions. I was the
Wow.
president
That's
of SAD
cool.
Club.
That's
Yeah,
good
isn't that
though.
fun?
I mean, that's good. That because you were doing the right thing. You were serious about doing the right thing, huh?
I was, and that's the thing. Like, I would drink and stuff but it wasn't ever a problem. But my parents had the philosophy that if I was going to drink, they wanted me to drink at home.
Right.
So they would take keys, and all my friends would come over, and we would drink. And I was a lightweight then, so I didn't drink a whole lot, but ever so often. But I just thought it was normal.
Right.
And even though, like, looking back at it now, I'm like, no, you don't do that. Like, now with my kids, I'm like, you don't do drugs because, like, you are allergic to. My kids literally think that they're allergic to alcohol.
Good.
I think it'll kill them if if they drink. They're like, "Are we allergic to it? Like, you're allergic to it?" I was like, "Yes,
Yeah, that's good though. They are. They have the allergy too,
yeah,
probably. You
yeah."
know?
And so, I started getting help with my mental health when I was about 16. They put me on depression medication. They put me on anti-anxiety medication, and it was controlled. It was, I don't know, even remember what it was. If it was Xanax, Klonopin, something like that. But it was a very, very low dose. But still, at 16 years old, like, I mean, I don't know. Looking back now, I kind of think maybe they should have wrote me a non-narcotic at that age.
Yeah, I agree because
I
your
would not
brain's
be
not
okay
fully
with my
developed yet.
16-year-old taking a narco. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, me
Not a
neither.
benzo anyway. Because that was benzos and opiates were my drug of choice. And so I took those as prescribed. I drank with them, of course.
You know, Xanax or benzos and alcohol is like a really deadly combination.
Girl, yes. Yeah. Yeah, nobody told me that, and I was naive, but I wasn't drinking a lot. Like, I wasn't getting blackout drunk. I
Okay.
was just having a few drinks, but I was still drinking while I was taking my medication. Um, Fast forward to when I got married at 18, or I was 19, excuse me. And I fell in love with my husband. We went out on our first date, and went home that night and told his mama that he was going to marry me. I've known him since I was 3 years old, and our families, like, they are my parents and his parents have been friends for 30 years. Like, it's a whole thing. But when we got together, that's kind of when he had a history of using in high school.
Uh-huh.
He was on the football team and was doing it to fit in, and ended up with I I say a minor addiction, like there's levels of it, but it wasn't anything like it was like recently. It was just like, oh, I'm gonna buy a couple pills, whatever. But he had a serious drug issue when he was in high school, and then he stopped, and he was clean when we got together. Well, he had back problems and knee problems, and had a bunch of surgeries. Started getting on Roxy's and started abusing them.
Yep.
Meanwhile, here I am going to these doctors and being like, this medicine's not working for me. And they're upping it. Well, I get pregnant with Bryson, my oldest. And so I was completely off those meds when I was pregnant with him.
You
And I
came off
thank
the
God
benzos?
yes, I
How did
thank
you
God
do that?
every single day.
Did you not get sick?
Cold turkey. No, well, I was pregnant, so I thought it was just, I was so sick when I was pregnant with him that I don't think it would have. But
Okay, well, cool.
um, yeah. And so I got off of them then, and then I almost died after I had Bryson. So there was a lot of trauma there. I got septic
Hold
from my
on. How'd you
C-section.
almost die? Hold on, we gotta know about that now. How'd you almost
Okay.
die?
I got septic from my C-section when I had Bryson, and I had to go in the hospital for a week when he was 2 weeks old. They had to
Wow.
put in a wound vac, which is they had to do a whole nother surgery, and it was like open. They had to put in a wound vac, which looks like a big piece of styrofoam that's cut to the size of the wound, and it has a hose. And they were having to get all the infection out because they
Wow.
said that if I would have waited like one more day, that I would have been dead. My white count was through the roof. So I had another surgery after I had just had a C-section, and I took my pain medication as prescribed. At this point, I was mad at my mom still because her addiction was really bad at this point, to the point where she was not. I went bridal dress shopping with my mother-in-law. I went, did the baby shower stuff with her. Like, she stepped in when my mom wasn't there, kind of thing. So there was
Yeah.
a lot of stuff she missed. And I'm not realizing that all this trauma is just building up and building up and building up. Well, then I get, after I had to heal from the inside out with Bryson. They like had to do home health and everything. It was terrible. Well, Bryson and my youngest, Carson, are 18 months apart. So Bryson's a year old and I get pregnant again.
Yep.
Have to do the whole thing over again with Carson. I was proactive about it with him because of what had happened with Bryson, because I was like, I'm not trying to die. I'm not trying to get sick again.
Yeah.
But after I had Carson, that was the first time I remember laying in the bed, and I had told them that I was tired or something, or that I was hurting, and I went in there to lay down, and I was like, I just want to go to sleep. And that was the first time I ever took a pain pill when I didn't need it. And I vividly remember that moment.
Because that was the moment everything changed, huh?
Yes, that was the moment that everything changed. And it didn't help that my husband had, like, he had all the access to everything, just about, as far as pills, anything like that. It all went through him. People he knew. It wasn't like my group of friends had no idea I was even using until I almost died.
Wow.
They would have killed, like, they would have been pissed. And so I was pretty much like, my husband knew, of course, and we had different people living with us, and there was this just people that needed help, that we had a room. So it was a friend of my husband's, and that was the first. Up until this point, I had been taking them by mouth, and then he was like, if you snort them, they work faster. And I was like, well, okay, that sounds like fun. So we'll do that. Well, I actually never have, and I'm not saying it to like pin a rose on my nose or anything. It just wasn't my deal. I've never shot up anything because I have terrible veins, and I was scared I was going to waste it.
Probably would have.
It wasn't that I was scared I was going to hurt myself. I didn't want to waste it. So, my kids were, God bless them, when they were little. So Bryson was 18 months old when Carson was born. So I started using heavily when I was about 22, 23.
When's the first time you got high? Like, what was it like when you first got high on the pills? Do you remember what you thought, or how? You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was like falling in love, and like just instant euphoria, and I wanted it all the time.
Yep.
But that was nothing compared to when, like, a couple of years rocked on, and my husband was using, he had a couple, like 2 or 3 knee surgeries within a very short period of time, and I would steal his pills. I would, we would steal each other's stuff. He would, it was just so, the codependency was awful, because when he relapsed, that's when I started really using. And so the first, we had one of his best friends was living with us at the time, and they had started using heroin together, and he knew that I would freak out if I knew that that's what it was. So because I was all about pills, that was fine, but I was like, I don't want none of that other stuff. I'm not trying to mess with that.
I was the same way. I was scared of heroin. I was the same way.
Yeah. And so one day I was out of pills, and they had brought in some powder and told me that it was opiate powder, because I kept asking him, like, what is that? What is that? And I'm like, so like, whatever. Okay. Yeah. This sounds fun, but had they told me it was heroin, I don't think I would have done it, because he didn't tell me because he knew I would get mad at him. But I'm one of those people that I just kind of keep on till I get what I want. And I got what I wanted, and it was I hate saying it now. Like, it was the best feeling. It was the best feeling. It really was. And it was something I had never experienced with alcohol. It was something I had never experienced with pills. And I was like, where can you get more of this?
Yeah.
And keep in mind, being an addict, like, before you even realize that you're an addict, and then being naive to the drug stuff, because like as far as logistics and how much to use and how, different things, like I didn't know any of that.
Right.
I'm not about the street life. I wanted to go. It would make me a nervous wreck to go meet and go pick up, because I was terrified. We would have the kids with us. Like they were calling the dealer's uncle, like they knew them, and
Yeah.
like, oh my God, the places that my children have been just absolutely mortify me. But now I don't have to worry about that.
Right.
But
Exactly.
it took that though, and so we were on heroin. I only did heroin, and I was still prescribed my benzos. So I was doing heroin and benzos together all the time.
Wow. Yeah. You could have died.
Well, I almost did. I'm getting there. But they that went on for what seemed like forever, but it was, let's see, I was 24. That was 4 years ago. 2022. I think I was like 27 when I got, yeah, because I'll be 32. I was 28 when I got sober, so I used for about 4 years,
Okay.
4 or 5, and so then I had no clue about this, but my husband was living a double life at the same time of all this was going on. He was into more in-depth things than I knew about, and I wasn't about being out at 2 a.m. acting a fool and hanging out and doing whatever. I wanted to get my dope. I wanted to go home. I wanted to go to sleep. I was self-medicating for my depression is what I
Yeah.
was doing. I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to be left alone, whatever. Didn't care. At some points, like one day I was literally driving my car and I was like, what would happen if I swerved and I hit that truck? Because I was just so tired of waking up and having to worry about where my dope was coming from.
Yeah.
And I was torn, because part of me felt that way, and the other part of me was like, had a bucket list of drugs that I wanted to try. Legit had a bucket list. And I'm like, oh, I haven't tried this. I want to try that,
What was your
whatever.
husband doing? Was he out selling, or was he out hooking up with other
Oh,
girls?
he was out selling. He was selling a lot, and a lot of other things too, but I don't know everything in full detail, and I don't know him as that person, because like I could never imagine him gangbanging or beating in somebody's door. Or, I mean, not that he's ever done that, but I'm just saying, like, the stuff that goes along with the street life, I couldn't
Yeah.
imagine him ever doing that. And I became like, he would be gone all night, and I knew that he was selling, but I didn't know to what extent. And so there was one night that I had, Carson was 4, and I remember Chris had brought home some heroin, and I had done so much that I was standing there. I was cleaning, but I was standing there knotted out, standing straight up with a sponge in my hand.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I wake up in the shower because I had overdosed in my kitchen. And my 4-year-old son found me laying face up on my kitchen table.
Oh no.
Went in there and got my husband. He got me, put me in the shower, ran cold water over me. And I woke up in the fetal position, rocking back and forth, praying out loud that I would wake up.
Wow.
4 days later, I had not used him in 4 days. I had been in withdrawal. It scared me. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I can't do it. And then I did, because my husband's like, hey, I need you to go pick up some dope for me, but don't touch the bag. Like, how are you going to tell a heroin addict
So
not
you
to touch the
finally
bag of heroin?
realized, listen to me, when did you finally realize that you were doing H and not opiate powder?
Oh, like 2 days later. And then I
Okay.
didn't care because I loved it so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't naive for long, just for a minute. And
Okay.
then by the time he realized that I liked it, so he knew I wasn't gonna get mad at him, I guess.
Okay, cool. Okay, I get
But
it.
so we all used together to, it was a big frat house, big trap house, honestly.
Yeah.
And his parents lived next door and didn't have a freaking clue.
Oh,
Had no idea. They were just like completely dumbfounded about everything. And so 4 days later, he told me to go pick up the dope. And I met the guy at the usual spot, same guy we've been getting for forever.
yeah.
I had done Xanax that morning. I wasn't feeling it anymore. And I was like, you know what? Maybe if I do just a little itty bitty bit. I wanted to do enough to where I could feel it, but not too much so he wouldn't know I had touched the bag, because I
Right.
didn't want any problems. And so, the next thing I know, I remember getting it, and I did less than a tenth, and I put the drugs in the cup holder of the car, and the next thing I know, everything goes black. There was a bright light about the size of a pencil eraser, and it was like I was going towards it, but my feet weren't moving. And I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach. I knew I was dying. And all I knew to do was to pray, because I had found my higher power a long time ago, but I just walked away from him for the drug life.
Yeah.
I'm very active in my church now, and was before. And I was during too. I was playing church the whole time, going in there acting like everything was fine, nodding out when I looked forward to when we were praying, because that's when I could be like, okay, I can nod out for a second, and it's awful. But so I just started praying, and I was like, God, just please let my babies know that I love them, and let my husband know that I love him, and that this wasn't his fault. But if he'll just let me wake up, then I promise I won't ever touch it again.
Yeah.
Girl, do you know, when I nodded out, my head laid on the horn of my car, and we had a sensitive horn, and it called people to my car in a parking lot, grocery store parking lot, and on like lunchtime on a Saturday. Tons of people were there. I would have been dead. Nobody would have found me, because I was at the very end of the parking lot where nobody would look or
Well, thank
whatever.
God.
But it called people to my car. And my husband, he was probably 5 minutes away from the grocery stores where we lived. And just so happened a friend of his was coming out of the grocery store and realized that it was our car. He called him, got him down there. I'm still out this whole time. They Narcan me either it was either 2 or 3 times. I don't remember. And my husband got there before I woke up, and he said he said that I was gray, and that my lips were blue, and my hands were seized up, and that I had been out for a while. And the next thing I know, I wake up to the EMTs. It's like, as soon as as soon as I remember saying, if you'll just let me wake up, I promise I won't ever touch it again. It was like somebody snapped their fingers, and I woke up
Yeah.
in my car. And here I am telling the EMTs, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm good. Like I didn't just overdose and almost literally die, you
Right.
know? And they're like, no, you got to come to the hospital with us. They were so mean to me. And I want to say this too, to anybody that may work in the medical field. If you are an EMT and you come upon somebody that has overdosed on something, that's somebody's kid, and that's somebody's mother, and that's a human being, and they deserve to be treated as such.
Yeah.
Because I was treated terribly. They're like, oh, you got kids? What a good mom you are. I
Really?
remember them saying, yes.
Oh, hell
And
no. We should
oh,
definitely
yeah.
send it to me.
They're like, do
Hand
you
me the
have
string.
kids? And I was like, yes. And I was, at this point, scared to tell him because there's police. And my husband's friend that was at the grocery store, I got mad at him. I was like, all of that, and you couldn't have hid the dope? Really? Like, I'm worried
Damn.
about getting in trouble.
Yeah. Did you get in trouble?
No, I didn't. It ended up, look, it was a God thing. It fell through the cracks, and it went past statute of limitations, and they couldn't charge me with anything.
Wow. Wow, dude. You're so freaking lucky.
I am blessed and highly favored. I'm gonna tell you that,
Yeah.
because like I've been to jail twice, and one time was because I ran a stop sign and forgot to pay my speeding ticket, and the other time was because my husband was high on meth and decided to steal some socks and other stupid things from Walmart,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't realize that he had done it. I walk out with him, they arrest me too.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I had got arrested for all the things that I actually did, or that I did that were bad, like I'd still be in prison now, you know? But so keep in mind that before this very public overdose in my very, very, very small town, that there was fire trucks, ambulances, police cars, DEA unit, everybody was there. It was like, and there was another guy that had overdosed and died the same day, and people were getting mine and his stories mixed up. Next thing I knew, people were saying I had a kilo of whatever, of heroin and stuff in the car. My kids were with me. They found me with a needle in my arm. I had all kinds of stuff, just stuff that just was not the truth.
Right.
But I was very ashamed, and I was very very, very, very afraid of how people were going to look at me, because the way I looked at addicts while I was in active addiction is completely different than the way that I look at addicts now that I'm in recovery. Then it was like, oh, these are my people. These are my friends. These are people that care about me. These are people that have the same kind of interests as me. They understand. They like to get high, and you make it to where in your mind it's like, oh, everybody does this. This is fine.
Right. Yeah, we justify
And
it.
no, that's not how it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really remember like thinking that and being like, you know what? Everybody does stuff like this. I'm not. And I guess I thought that because of my mom,
Yeah.
because I just was raised to where it was normal. And the whole time I was growing up, my parents preached to me, don't do drugs, don't do drugs, period. Mom thought because that she got them from a doctor, it was fine.
Right.
So, of course,
Yeah.
that's the lie that I told myself for a very long time. It's okay. It's a prescription. The prescription ball does not say snorted up your nose.
A lot
just
of
doesn't.
people do that. A lot of people they get prescribed medication, and because it's written by the doctor, that is what will keep them in their addiction even longer, because they feel like the doctor gave it to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, it's safe. Oh, I can't hear you. Okay.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a phone call, and whenever I do, it messes it up.
Okay, okay.
I don't know why. But so during the active addiction, there was a lot of mental and physical abuse between me and my husband. Never with the kids.
Oh.
I'm sure they have enough emotional trauma to, you know, besides all of that, but they, bless their heart, they hurt enough that I wish they didn't. But like he would get violent, just about any little thing, because especially about the house, because whenever I was using, the house was the last thing I was worried about. My kids were living in that house. If DHR had come in there, they would have took them from me if I was clean, because of the way the house looked, because I didn't care.
Yeah.
I was depressed. I wanted to get high, and I wanted to go to sleep, and I wanted to do the bare minimum of whatever I had to do, and that's it. And so we would get into arguments about that. We would get into arguments about dope, just this and that, whatever. He would put his hands on me. He was very narcissistic, as we are when we're in addiction. Um, I was. Oh, there was something really important. I was actually sexually assaulted when I was 15,
Oh, wow.
and that played a big part in it too, because I never told anybody about it. I didn't even tell, like, I told one of my friends about it for a long time and kept it in and didn't tell anybody because I was scared my dad would kill him and go to jail.
Who
Which
did
is
it to you?
that's a boyfriend that is now a youth pastor that scares me to death.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
People can change,
I
you
hope
know.
so.
You and me both.
You
But
know?
so there was I was very like, I got very claustrophobic because of the assault and stuff. Like, I had to tell my parents I got pushed down a flight of stairs because it just was bad. I ended up staying with the guy because my dad was verbally abusive. He would tell me, fat girls don't get boyfriends. You need to lose weight. He was mean to my mom about her weight to the point where she had gastric bypass
My dad
and
said
is
the same
almost.
thing to me, but my dad would try to be nice about it. Like my dad was like, he would work out all the time and he would say things like, if you don't lose weight, you're not going to get married. And I'm just trying to help you. I just want you to be healthy. I just want you to,
Hmm.
and he wasn't trying to be mean at all. He really thought he was helping, but it
Yeah.
ended up scarring me.
Oh yeah. I did not become comfortable with my body until just really a couple of years ago. And I had a lot of with the emotional abuse that I had as a kid, and then that turned into an emotionally abusive marriage and a physically abusive marriage. Not all the time. I'm not saying that but it was any abuse is too much.
Right.
I'm not saying he beat me every day and I was scared to look at him or nothing. It's just, it was what it was until he got on meth.
Uh-huh.
So everybody found out that I overdosed. So they found out that I was using drugs. Not Tiffany, not she's the last person I would ever think that would do that. Like, I don't know how many people I've had tell me that. You're the last person I would have ever thought. And I'm like, well, addiction doesn't discriminate.
Right.
It just doesn't. And so my mother-in-law was furious. When I tell you she was mad at me,
What, buddy?
girl.
You, Nate, go down there and do it. Sorry about that.
So she gets the phone call. I'm at the hospital. And on top of that, when they told me that I was supposed to have brain damage and deficits from being without oxygen for so long, and the only thing I had to have was a bag of fluids.
Thank God. How
Yeah,
long were you
like
without oxygen for? A
I
long?
don't know,
Okay.
a while. I mean, it took a minute for the first responders to get there, and then they had to Narcan me and all that. I don't really know because it was kind of a blur.
Yeah.
Um, but once everybody found out, I was still able to hide it from my parents. They still didn't know at this point. And my mother-in-law was furious. She came in the house after I got home. I saw my kids, and I vividly remember walking into her house, and my son had a tablet, and he was looking at. They knew that I was at the hospital, but they didn't know what was wrong with me
Uh-huh.
because she told him that I was at the hospital, but they didn't know. She didn't tell him why. And so I get there, and he's got this tablet, and he was looking at a slideshow of pictures of me
Oh,
like you would see at a funeral. Like,
why?
he was just just looking at pictures of me because he was worried about me because I was sick. But to me is what it looked like, because I had literally overdosed like a couple of hours before and was in the hospital out, and that was the first place I went and was to see my babies. And he was looking at pictures and just clutching that tablet, and it just hit me. I'm like, what am I doing? My babies, what am I doing? I'm gonna die if I don't do something. And so everybody's mad at me, and and I took the blame for everything, because I was like, well, between me and my husband, I was like, well, if one of us is going to go, we don't need to both go down. If one of us is going down, I'm just going to take everything. That way we don't lose the kids.
Yeah,
Which was stupid, because
I
he was
agree.
just as bad off as I was.
Yeah,
Totally stupid, but that was my addict brain thinking then.
yeah.
And so I did. I took all the blame, told him it was all me. They didn't have a clue, still didn't have a clue that he was using. So he kind of got off scot-free for just a little bit.
See, and that's, I was never like that with, I always told on me and Neil, because I knew that I just knew that if he didn't get sober too, then we were going to both, if one of us got sober and the other one didn't, then the other one
Yeah.
would for sure relapse, for sure, you know?
Well, see, they sent me to this treatment center that was a joke, and they took money from my family and said they had a bed for me. I ended up sleeping on a couch. They had no rooms. These people were literally praying to doorknobs. Swear on everything. And I had enough spiritual intuition to know that wasn't, I wasn't cool with that. So I called I was there for 4 days, and I called my husband, and I was like, listen, I swear I want to get sober. I'm going to get sober. I just don't want to get sober here.
Yeah.
These people are freaking me out. I'm like getting up in the middle of the night, going to get oil out of the kitchen and anointing the couch and sleeping with my Bible under my pillow kind of thing. Like, I wasn't playing around with it. I was scared to death. This gnat is really pissing me off. Okay. So they came and got me, and I got into a IOP program that was faith-based that changed my life. And even now, they're like, if you ever need anything, you can come here and sit in a class for free, whatever. And I did that for about 6 months and continued to do meetings. I did a lot of AA in the beginning. I don't now, but I did then. And it helped me with structure, and it helped me kind of start grasping things, because it was going along with what they were teaching at the rehab. I do celebrate recovery and stuff now, or online meetings. Just honestly, TikTok helps me a lot, and I know that sounds crazy,
I was saying the same thing
but
earlier.
there's such a big community of people that are like-minded and that understand, because you don't understand addiction if you've never walked in somebody's
Right.
shoes like that. But so, one thing I did that you gonna get a kick out of, when my mother-in-law she came up to my house, right? I overdosed on a Saturday. This was Sunday, and they were fixing to send me to the treatment center on Monday, so I had one day in between. My tail's sitting there on the phone calling all these places that are like spas in California, thinking that's where I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to rehab at. Because my mother-in-law comes in there, and I don't even remember what she said. She started yelling at me, and I started yelling at her. Well, the next thing I knew, she got in my face, and I hit her full on, open-handed, smacked her, bitch slapped her across the face, and then she hit me back, and then I hit her back again, and my husband ended up having to get in between us, and he was like, y'all are gonna have to stop it. Like, I had never, and now it's so funny, because me and her had the best relationship. Like, she's like literally one of my best friends, but she was ready to kill me that day, because I had lied to her, and because I had put her grandkids in such danger, and because I almost killed myself. But
I did
I
the
didn't
same
tell my
thing with my
parents until
mother-in-law.
I was in detox.
I picked up a stool and chunked it at my mother-in-law's head. So I understand.
And I was like, I've been waiting to do that for 9 years.
Yep. And it felt great.
And she's probably watching right now, so I love you. Because she's super supportive, and she's like one of my biggest cheerleaders now. It's great. But it wasn't her fault then, because she was hurting too, and she did not know. She was not educated about addiction because she didn't have a reason to be until then.
Right.
Well, I ended up, staying sober, keeping on going to meetings, getting connected, doing all the things. I got a sponsor a few times, but that didn't really work out for me very well. I don't know if it was me or them or both, but it just, everybody has their own way of doing things,
Yeah, that's okay.
And I have met so many different friends that are in recovery that I go to them and they will call me out on my crap real quick and be like, look, you didn't know. We don't think like that anymore. We need to think like this.
Right.
But so whenever after I got sober and everything, my husband did not for 2 years. And he decided, there was one day that he was coming off of heroin and was sick, and somebody was like, hey, you try this meth and it'll make you not sick. And he's like, okay. Yeah, and that started World War III right there, because the minute he started that, it was hell. I would not want to relive that time in my life for any amount of money in the world whatsoever.
What would he be like? What did he do? Tell us what happened.
Okay, my husband is 6'2" and about 300 pounds or so. He's a very big boy, and he would get violent. He would break stuff, throw kitchen chairs across the kitchen, break my stove, just the house was destroyed. There was holes all in the walls from him punching stuff, like just throwing a grown man temper tantrum on steroids, pretty much.
Right.
And it finally got to the point that I had to have him committed, because he was hiding the fact that he was on meth from me. I didn't know that he was on meth. I thought he was just losing his shit.
Right.
I thought the heroin had like done something, or he had got, or he was having some mental health issues or something that needed to be fixed, because he got mad at his dad one day, was fixing to walk out the door, had a knife in his hand, and I got the knife away from him. He was fixing to go hurt somebody.
So
and
he didn't get
he was
sexual
in psychosis.
Did he not get sexual or anything? Because that's how a lot of guys get, like sexual and into porn.
I mean, that's kind of always like never been a thing anyway. Like that wasn't really affected much with that. That always kind of stayed constant.
Okay.
So that wasn't ever an issue. It was the anger that was the issue.
Raging.
And so I got the knife. Yes, I got the knife away from him, and the next day I'm like, okay, he's saying he's going to go hurt somebody. He's in the house with my kids. I had to go to get him committed. I had to go through get a judge's order and all this kind of stuff. It was tons of hoops. I barely even got him committed. Get him in there, find out he's testing positive for meth.
Mm-hmm.
Then they won't do nothing for him because they said it's drug-induced psychosis. But because of the hoops that I had to go through and what I told them, and them knowing that my children were in the house when this happened, DHR got called.
Fuck
Not
that.
for drugs. Not for drugs, for violence.
Right.
Okay, so by this time, I'm already, I don't know if I was a year sober yet, but I was pretty close. And I lost my kids because I was honest with the DHR worker and told her about me having previous drug issues, but that I was clean now, and I was because I was proud.
Right.
I was like, hey, I just wanted you, she was asking all these questions, and it was mainly about violence. She asked about the drugs and stuff, and I said, well, I don't have a problem with that anymore. And I'm clean, I'm sober, I'm proud. That's what we're told to be, is proud and loud and, whatever. Not a great thing to do with a DHR worker.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't know, though. And that's how it was with me.
No.
I didn't know either, and I went right into it. I should have called a lawyer and not even talked to him.
Well, they couldn't get my paperwork from my IOP. So they took my kids away from me for 30 days, even though I was clean.
Where'd they put them?
Because of that. With my mother-in-law.
Thank God.
Right down the driveway.
Good.
Yeah, thank God. I was pissed. Oh my God, I was so mad. I was like,
Imagine
really?
if
I'm
they went
sober
into
and I'm having to deal with this?
Imagine if they had went into a stranger's home, into a foster care home. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me and my son. So terrible.
Well, I was sitting here stone cold sober.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if it wasn't for
that
me,
sucks
these
too.
kids
That
wouldn't
is
have been protected. Like I did this to protect them, and then now you're taking them away from me. So,
yeah.
But that ended up becoming a blessing in disguise, because when he got worse on drugs, or when he got worse on meth, he just became more and more violent, with not just with me, with his parents, with anybody. He DHR kicked him out of the house because he failed drug test. I had custody of the kids. It was terrible. He was homeless. He was going from trap house to trap house, living out of the car. Anytime I would see him or hear from him, it was just chaos all the time. He's either wanting money, he's trying to tell me he's been kidnapped, he's trying to tell me this, he's trying to tell me that, just all these stories, which, he very well could have been kidnapped, but at the time I didn't believe him, because I thought, by this time I was done, and I was like, okay, he's just saying whatever he can say to try to make me feel sorry for him, or try to get me to get back together with him, or whatever. So I go and I file for divorce, because he was not getting his crap together. I think he's been arrested 7 or 8 times and been to 8 or 9 rehabs, one of the two. But when I filed for divorce, he was homeless. Do you know how hard it is to serve a homeless man divorce papers?
I imagine you couldn't
Very,
find him
very
nowhere.
difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did it one time when he was in jail, and he got out 30 minutes before the guy got there to give him the papers. I was very upset. And so then he actually tried to commit suicide, and had an experience that was similar to mine, and decided he wanted to get clean, and went to the last rehab that he went to. We just celebrated 2 years sober for him, by the way.
Good. Congratulations.
Yes. And so we were one day from being divorced, from the judge signing the papers, and I felt God speak to my spirit and say, wait. When I tell you I was livid, because like with me, when my higher power tells me something, like I know that's what it is. There's no mistaking that for me. And I was like, bruh, you better hope this works, because if it don't, this is your fault, not mine, because I'm trying. So I call my lawyer, who is very, very confused.
Right.
And
That's crazy. Like, he's probably like, what?
he's like, I'm literally in the car going to take these papers to the judge right now. If you had called any later, you wouldn't have got me.
Yeah.
I'm fixing to leave the office. And I was like, okay. So it worked out. So at this time, he's at a rehab facility. He's getting counseling from a wonderful, wonderful counselor that was really encouraging him to try to work things out with me, and I had no idea about that. But he asked if we would be willing to do counseling over FaceTime. And my little sarcastic, independent self by then was like, yeah, I'll do it to co-parent my kids better, but that's all I'm doing it for. Da, 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 you know, whatever. Because with me, I'm stubborn, and I'm an only child. I just do. You know, it just is what it is.
Well, yeah, and you were probably really upset. Like, if my husband didn't get sober when I got sober, I would have felt betrayed.
I didn't feel betrayed because I knew how hard it was for me to quit. I knew how hard it is to quit.
Mm-hmm.
Had I not been an addict, but it made me hate it. Like, you know how you were talking about if you and Neil didn't get sober at the same time, that one of y'all would have relapsed. With
Yeah.
me, it was the opposite, because he was just causing chaos wherever he went. And I had never been around meth. And also moved straight out of my parents' house, lived with my uncle for a little bit. Then me and Chris got married. So I had been with him my whole adult life and never had to do anything on my own. So this was a very pivotal time for my life, because I was like, okay, I can do this. I can take care of my kids on my own. I can't, but I was having to do all of that, learn how to do all that, and learn how to stay sober.
Yeah. It's a lot.
And yeah, so when we did the counseling, at first I was just like, yeah, whatever, I'm here. But then I prayed about it a lot, and I decided, okay, this is for my kids. I'm going to give it my all. Well, then I could see changes in him. And then I started falling in love with him, and then it was making me mad, because I was like, I don't want to love you.
Yeah.
You know? But he changed so much when he was there, and finally decided he knew he was going to die. He knew that he was going to lose his wife. He knew that, you know, he already had missed so much with our kids. And so this was in like August when that happened, August of 2020. And October of 2020, he got his first visit, and he was like, will you come down here and see me? I was like, I guess I should say this in person, because, you know, you can only tell so much from FaceTime.
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to see the real thing. And of course, I get down there, and he's all sober and got some weight on him and looking fine. And I'm just like, dadgummit. You know?
That's great though, because you didn't want to have to break y'all's family up. You know,
No,
that's
I didn't. But
awesome.
at the same time, I was still like,
Yeah, still mad at him.
I was scared. I was
Yeah.
terrified, because I'm like, I'm scared it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
But that was the best decision I ever made. I went down there and saw him. He was in a place in Defuniak Springs, Florida, which is in the middle of nowhere. They literally have dirt roads. And it was like Deliverance music when I pulled up in the driveway. I was like, oh my God.
Damn, that's way out there.
It was, but that's exactly where he needed to be. And I went, and I rented a hotel in Destin, because he got like a 6-hour pass, and then I had to take him back. And then he had another pass the next day, so I was staying down there. And on the way back to the facility, I heard God audibly say, take him home. And I'm like, bruh, like, this is
Like,
his ninth
just
time.
not go back to the treatment center and just go home?
Yes. And so I start squalling in the car, and he's like, what's wrong? Did I upset you? Have I, you know, are you okay? Did I do something? I'm like, no, you didn't do anything, but you need to pack your stuff, because you need to come home. And so I'm terrified, and I'm like, I'm not telling these people. You're telling these people. I'm not telling them. I said, God might have told me, but you were the one that's got to do all this. And then I still wasn't sure. And I go in this bathroom that's like an outhouse that had, when I say this place is in the middle of nowhere, like they barely have running water. And I was sitting there in this bathroom and I'm like, God, are you sure? And he spoke to my spirit and said, if you want full restoration in your family, this is what has to happen. Okay. So I took him home. He's been dealing with his legal stuff, still has, had to get a few things taken care of and everything, but he's still sober, and me and him are wonderful, and he will tell his story to anybody that'll listen. And it's my life that I have today is amazing because I get to help so many people, and I have my family and I have my husband, and we get to do recovery together, which is awesome because we know each other inside out, and if something's going on, we're going to call each other out on it,
Yeah.
So
Does he do
I have that
TikTok
support system
too? Is he in our recovery community?
No, he's not. He doesn't. Well, he watches, but he doesn't do any videos.
Yeah, that's okay. He's kind of like, is he like private, or is he? Well, no, you said he likes to talk about his recovery to anybody that'll listen.
Yeah, he does in person. He just doesn't do it on TikTok, which I've been trying to talk him into it. So we'll see.
Oh man. Okay,
He should.
so he thought he got sober, and then that's the end of the story, huh? What about
Yeah,
your
we just
kids?
lived happy. Oh, they had no idea he was coming home.
Uh-huh.
They did a lot of therapy. And it helped them because they had a lot of trauma from seeing him be violent, and that I got very blessed because they don't remember me in addiction very much. My
Yeah.
oldest one does a little bit, but my youngest one doesn't. But they were old enough to remember when everything was crazy with my husband.
Yeah.
So they're great now. They've done therapy and stuff. They're very well adjusted, very, they can trust their dad. They can trust their mom,
Good.
and we're very open about addiction in our house. Like I said earlier, my kids think that they're allergic to alcohol, and I'm keeping it that way because
I'm so proud
when
of
we went,
you. Like, you and your husband, I'm proud of you, girl. Like that.
well, thank
Having
you.
your old man get, fucked up on meth, and then having him have to go through that, and you have to hold hold the family together, and then thinking that, you're almost getting a divorce, like that's a really
In the
hard
middle of the
time.
pandemic.
Yeah,
In the
that's a
middle of the
lot
pandemic.
of stress.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic on top of it too. Yeah, that's hardcore, man.
Because when all that was going on, I couldn't go to any meetings.
Yep.
Everything was online. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
But now what keeps me sober is my family, and my higher power, which I choose to call God, is my, like, I'm very involved in our church. My husband is too. We just did Vacation Bible School and got to help out with that. Like, other people trust me with their children. Like, that's a very big thing for me, because I was not somebody that should have been trusted with anyone's child, including my own, for a very long time.
Yeah.
But I'm very blessed with a great support system. All my friends are proud of me. Like, I don't have anybody that's really negative, except the only downfall that I've had is my mom's parents won't speak to me because they don't think that my husband can change. And they like they live like 5 minutes away from me and won't have anything to do with us because of him. And so
Even
I
though
lost my.
even though he's been sober for 2 years.
When it was me, they were my biggest cheerleader, and you can do it and whatever, but God can't change him. It's those kind of people.
They just don't like him.
And yeah, I guess.
Is that what it is?
I mean, I don't know. But if that's the least thing that I can come out of this with, then, that's something that I've had to learn to live with and stuff, that not everybody is going to be accepting.
Yeah.
But it's made me have a lot of confidence, and that's something I was lacking before. I would have never in a million years thought I would be on any type of social media platform talking to anybody about anything. And here
Yeah.
I am killing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's great, but I found my passion because I love seeing that light bulb go off in somebody's eyes when they're like, "Oh, I get it."
Yeah. Yeah. I know what
Or
you
when
mean.
when they're struggling, especially in early addiction, and they're like, "I don't know what to do about this or that," or they're thinking about it in the addict mentality still, and you tell them something different, and then they're like, "Oh," like that's
Yeah.
the best feeling ever. I love it. So
I know what
that's
you
what I'm
mean.
trying to do now is to get. I want to become a drug counselor.
Oh,
Right
are you going to go to
now,
school?
I'm really thinking about it. Like,
See, I couldn't do that. Like I've thought about being a counselor or something, but because of how emotionally attached I get to people already, I'm really afraid that I I'm the kind of person that I would take on everything and I would relapse I would go crazy trying to save my kids. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And I had my friend, she was a counselor for like 6 or 7 years, and she said the same thing. She was like, I got so into it, and I got burned out real fast, and after about 7 years of counseling, she relapsed and went back out, and then she came right back in, but still, like, it makes me nervous. But you would be awesome at it, I bet.
well, I think so. I really do because I'm good with people, but I'm kind of like you. I do get attached,
Yep.
but I'm also like, what you see is what you get kind of thing, and I'm not afraid to step on toes. Like, if you need to hear the truth, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Sometimes that gets me in trouble, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's
Listen to me. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story and being the first person to do it for our bash. You did
well, you are
awesome.
so well.
You talked for a whole hour.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm long winded. I didn't mean to do it that
No,
long.
you're okay. And you didn't get caught off guard or anything. I feel like you did really good. Like this was good. You stayed on the
Thank you.
right track and you told your story so I had it recorded and it's going to go on my YouTube channel, just so you know.
Awesome.
Okay.
All
Y'all give
right.
y'all give Tiffany a thumbs up. Tell her how much you love her. Don't forget to go follow her on her account. Okay,
Yes, go
go
follow
follow
me on
her.
my account.
Yeah.
All of you.
And what I'm trying to do is, there we go. I'm gonna make like I want to do a little Zoom call where I can have like those of you guys that want to like learn a little bit about how to build your. I got promoted at my job to
Heck
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, to head
That's
over,
awesome.
I'm the head account manager, social media account manager. So, like, I want to teach all of you guys about how to build your social media. So, I'm going to do a Zoom
Well,
call
I
about
want to
it.
learn.
Yeah, it'll be
Yes.
great. But I love you,
Yes,
girl.
for
Thank
sure.
you so much. Like,
Love you too.
seriously, thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to throw you off and let Taylor come on up, okay?
All right. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Love you, girl.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Taylor, are you ready? What do you mean? All right, tell me if you're ready, we're ready. If not, we can wait for you just for a little bit. So, y'all, what did you guys think about Tiffany's story?
New visitor.
Ooh, hold on. I keep on having to burp, y'all. There we go. Oh, Taylor, go live on your page, and I'll bring you up as a co-host. What did you guys think about Tiffany? Okay, y'all need to go follow her. She's doing amazing. Excuse me, y'all. I know y'all been noticing me drink this water. It's because I feel like I have heartburn or indigestion, so I keep on trying to drink this cold water. Hey Megan, what's up, girl? Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, babe. I'm glad you came. Let me share this on Facebook too, y'all. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm just glad that everybody's coming and actually, like, being here and doing what they said they were going to do and being here to do the live with me. It means a lot to me. It really, really does. And like I said, I just feel like this is just an extra special sobriety birthday. I don't know what it is, but I just feel really proud of myself.
Okay, here we go. Hey,
Hey,
Tyler.
what's up? Fix my hearing real quick.
Did
I
you just
did
get off work?
try to, well, yes, I just got off work and I was gonna eat some boudin. I cooked this
Oh,
all
what's that?
day. That's boudin logs. It's sausage with rice and stuff in it, and it can be made with cheese or without cheese. Cajuns mostly don't like to eat it with cheese. They think it's like I don't know the worst thing at all, but most people like it with cheese though. So me, I'm eating without cheese. And after work, they're like anything that's left is half off, so I just buy it for like a little bit. But yeah, and I uh I was gonna go home right. I used to go home right away, but my girl was kind of sleeping and going to sleep early, so I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna chill, have some me time. So.
Where do you work at? You work at a deli, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. I work at the Bolero Deli up in Kirbyville, and I try to get this glare out of my camera. There we go. It's a little better. Yeah, I work at the deli. I make pizzas. I make uh, fried foods like taco rolls, burritos, boudin balls with cheese, without cheese. I make cream cheese, chimneys. They nobody buys. There's pizza sticks. Everybody loves my pizzas. Everybody that works here says my pizzas are the best. I am the deli king.
Hell
So,
yeah, I love that.
um,
I love gas station food for real. Like I
have you
love
ever
it.
been to Have you ever been to a Hunt's Pizza? It's what it's called. It's Hunt's Pizza, and there's a special seasoning. And what makes our pizzas different than anybody else's is that, like Caesars and all of them, they charge for each extra topping. But we
Yeah.
don't charge for about toppings. You can have a supreme pizza and it's $12.98. The only thing they charge extra is if you have extra cheese on top.
Oh
But
hell yeah.
that's what makes us number one deli in Kirbyville. So, and of course, I'm the number one pizza maker.
Hell yeah. I'm eating me some tacos while we talk anyway, so I'm
Oh,
really
hey.
thankful. Listen to me. You go ahead and eat too. I'm gonna be eating too. Um, Thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with us tonight and sharing your story. Like I'm really excited. I don't think I've really ever heard your whole story. Um, so I'm excited to hear it. You know what I mean? And I just want you to know how much it means to me that you're like doing this with me because this is a big deal. Like this is my 7 years sober. Like I don't think people understand how fucking proud of myself I am. You know what I mean? And how big of a deal it is to me that I made it. I made it. So thank you for coming on and doing this for me. Okay.
Well, I was honored that you let me be a part of it. I admire you a lot. I look up to you. I've learned a lot from you. In fact, when I had my little slip up, I thought about all the things you used to say about, it not having to be a reason to, not having to feel shame about it, but that it didn't throw away my recovery. Like I've gotten a lot from your videos that give me strength. There's been times when I've thought about relapsing and I'll watch your videos and they'll give me strength and you've just been a big encourager and I'm very proud of you. You've been attacked a lot. You've had been slammed a lot just like I have this past year and you kept strong. So I'm really proud of you. Screw the haters. They don't know what they're talking about. I support you all the way. Um, and so, in fact, I was in a meeting here a while back, and there was a lady there at Sober Horizon, and she was talking about you. She was talking about how much you had changed her life. And I wish I could think it's Debbie was her name, and she was talking about you at the meeting, and that really you've affected a lot of people's lives. So I'm very proud of you. I admire you, and I'm glad to. I'm honored that I'm able to be friends with you, and able to. I wish I could be more of a part of your lives and stuff. I just work so much now. It's hard to catch you sometimes, and I try to watch your videos and I fall asleep and been trying to catch up on them and binge watch them and
I've
but
seen all your comments, and that's how I know Taylor got off work. Taylor gets off
yes,
work,
ma'am.
I get a whole bunch of comments on all my new videos.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Um,
mm-mm-mm.
so okay, so I was gonna ask you, hey, what's up, man? I'm doing good. I'm actually just telling my story on one of the lives on TikTok. So, and you want to stick around, or? All right, brother. I'll see you in a little bit. It's one of my friends from AA. He's really
Oh,
cool.
cool.
So, yeah, that was ironic that I saw him. He comes to me all the time. But anyways, so I don't know about the time frame. I know that we're going till 2:30, but I don't want to take away from anybody else. I don't know how many stories.
You got all the time in the world. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Okay, well then, let's see. I actually had some things that I wrote down just in case I forgot something. I just wanted to, cause I get nervous, and I tell every time I told my story, my sponsor tells me that there's the story that you want to tell, and then there's the story you wish you would have told afterward. And so I've been last time I told my story, there were parts of it that I kept back because I was scared to kind of open myself up a little bit. But I realized actually from watching you, as a matter of fact, that there are things about my life that people can relate to and that might give them strength to open up or to get past it or realize that they're not alone in those struggles. Um, so,
Absolutely.
I, so now, thanks to you, I have courage to kind of, tell a little bit more about myself. So, um, I hesitate because so I think I will tell more of what happened to me when I was younger, but I also want it. I also want to tell the good parts too. So when I was born, I was 1981. I was born on the day that President Reagan was shot. Which was yeah. So I was born on a day of history. Um, which so I guess I always tell people that I was born into trouble, but I was born very unhealthy. I had yellow jaundice. I had heart trouble. I had fluid in my brain, in my lungs. I had a cleft palate. I had all kinds of health problems, and the doctors actually said that if I lived, that I wouldn't have any, that I would be mentally retarded, and they said that I would not live. Uh, Past childhood. I celebrated my 41st birthday back in March.
Hell
So,
yeah.
yeah, I've been a fighter since the day I was born.
What's
Um,
the, can you tell me something? Why were you born with so many health issues?
you know what? I don't fully know because my mother never, from what I understand, she was poor and then she really couldn't. Um, I don't know if it was because she was poor, she couldn't afford to find out what was all wrong with me, or is she just not telling me? Every time I talked to her, she'd always say, "Oh, you were just a beautiful baby," and stuff. So I'm like, and then finally, she told me a little bit, but she's very close about it. My grandparents probably would have told me if they would have lived long enough for me to ask those questions. But I know that from what I understand, there's a lot of genetic disabilities on both my biological dad's side of the family and my mother's
Mhm.
side of the family. And those genetic, I guess it just uh, made the risk of that more. In fact, I found out later on in life, just jumping ahead a little bit, I found out later in life that my dad actually tried to force my mom to have an abortion because he didn't want a child with disabilities. And anyways, I was born very unhealthy. My mom lived with my grandparents in the beginning, from what I understand. And I can remember bits and pieces of my life with my mom. I can remember her singing to me, and I remember that it was really nice, just me and her. And then my stepdad came along, and my stepdad was very abusive to me and my mom. he loved putting fear into us. That was his favorite thing. I remember when my little brother Cameron was born, we were at the hospital, and I remember right there in front of me, he tells my mom, he says, "If you don't get me drugs, I'm going to kill your parents and I'm going to kill your son." And I remember that, and I also remember one of the most things that I remember is he was beating my mom one time, and I was trying to get him off, and I said, "Dad, stop!" Because my real dad, he had, let me backtrack a little bit. My real dad did marry my mother at first, but then he cheated on her and left. But when she wouldn't have an abortion, he married her because he said that was supposed to be their Christian thing to do or something. I don't know, whatever. But so anyways, my stepdad was very abusive, and I said, "Dad, stop." And he turned around on me and started beating the crap out of me. I better be careful about language. I don't want to get you banned. But he started beating the crap out of me. And I remember my mom turning to me and after he walked off, he stormed off. She told me, "I told you not to make him angry. This is your fault." So um, I grew up with the idea of everything was my fault. You know, my grandparents took me from my mother when they figured out what was happening. But I was always told that she kind of like just left me and ran off with my stepdad. Now, whether they just took me, now she says they took me and they say she ran off with him. I think there's a little combination of both. I think that they wanted to see better for me, so they kept pushing her to leave me, and I think she just ran off with him. Now, my thing is, now I know that she was in her own addiction, but growing up, I believed I was like, well, why wasn't I good enough? Why did she leave with him and not fight for me? So in the future, when I grew up, I had a habit of dating women that were attached to bad boys, and they would always leave the bad boys and leave me behind. And I never realized the pattern of that. I dated people that were like my mother. I never realized that until these last few years of sobriety, learning stuff about myself. But it was that codependency, wanting them to choose me and wanting to not choose the other guy. And
Yep.
every relationship was almost like an addiction, chasing chasing that thing, but wanting her to choose me, and then I go to the next woman, let them use me, hoping that they would want to be with me. So,
The fact
anyways,
that you recognize that is huge. You know that, right? Like, that's self
yes, ma'am.
awareness, and that's a gift. Like, a lot of people, when they get sober, that's one thing that they struggle with is the gift of self awareness. Like, it doesn't come to some people, I guess, quick enough or whatever. And the fact that you are being able to reflect on that and recognize those patterns and stuff, that's huge, man. That's huge. You're healing, and you're recovering, you're making progress. That's a big deal. Just so you know.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Um, Now, when I lived with my great grandparents, they raised me in the church, and I was really blessed. My life wasn't as bad as a lot of people's have gotten, and I know that there are a lot of people with way more trauma than me. Um, but for me, that it was very real, and I believed that I was the one that went through the worst of everything. It only happened to me because I was different. I did it was just because there was something wrong with me. You know. Um, Now, my grandparents knew that I had been abused, so I ain't gonna lie, they spoiled me. They spoiled me, and and that gave me a sense of entitlement growing up too, because I thought, oh well, I was treated bad, so then I deserve to have something, right? I
Yeah.
grew up with that sense of entitlement. Um, but I also dealt with rejection and abandonment issues because I wanted, well, at the same time, I felt I wasn't good enough. You know, let's see. My parents, hold on. Okay. My parents moved in, not my parents. my mom moved next door after several years when she had met this new guy, and his name was Joe, and he did not like me at all. He thought that she had two other kids, she had three other kids. She was raising them right next door, but I wasn't allowed to be a part of that family. And
Oh
I was
man.
like, yeah. And my mom she would let me come over sometimes, but then I would have to sneak out the back door because my stepdad came home and found out I was there. He'd be very angry. So, anyways, but my granddad, he was the opposite of any other male that I had growing up around me. Um, he was gentle, he was kind, he taught me values, he taught me how to treat women. He always told me you shake a woman's hand when you meet them, you treat them as you would your own body, you value them, um, you open the doors for them. I still do that, and Angie loves that I do that. Even though we're not together, she loves that I do that. That I anyway. So, but yeah, but I always remember he never yelled at my grandmother, never. If he got angry, but you could tell if he started getting frustrated, he'd walk away and take some time by himself, come back and start talking. He was always gentle, and if my grandmother was getting on to me, he'd be like, "Now, Vera, go easy on him." You know, he was just a really gentle, kind man. He taught me a lot about what being a man is, and you know, and I'm not to offend anybody, but I'm a very biblical person. I love the Bible and I love Jesus. And in the Bible it says that train up a child in the way that he uh, should go, and it will not depart from him. Well, even though I made a lot of mistakes, the things he taught me, those values, never departed from my mind. And whenever I started growing in sobriety, I took all of that I learned as a child and I melded it in with with the new me that was being created. But that's going all ahead. So um, when my grandfather died when I was 14, and my grandmother died when I was 15, and so I kind of just snapped. Like I started getting very angry. Nobody knew how to handle me. I was just like throwing, I would throw screaming fits. Like I almost punched the doctor when they came in and told us that my uh, grandfather was gone. I almost punched her, and I was only 14, you know. And I, part of me, I'm borderline autistic, so
Mhm.
a part of me couldn't comprehend what was going on, why he was gone. Yeah, there was a lot of emotions that were climbing down on me. Um, to this and to this day, because of that, and so many other deaths that were in my life, I have this great fear of doctors and medical people. Like nurses, I don't, but doctors and medical people, medical buildings, I
Mhm.
have a great fear. But I've been facing that, and I'm trying to get a primary care position. So that's one of those things that I'm one of those fears I'm trying to face.
Good.
Anyways, so I my biological dad didn't want anything to do with me. My stepdad didn't want anything to do with me. And my mom, like, well, she's gonna go along with my stepdad. And so I decided that I was going to run. Oh, here's one of the parts that I had left usually like leave out of my story. Whenever I started freaking out and I started just going ballistic, I started smoking cigarettes. Um, I started hanging out with the wrong crowd. I started smoking cigarettes. I started I started sneaking out at night. And but after they died, I was pretty much on my own. I started hanging out with this guy named John Duncan. He was like supposedly my best friend, and his dad and one of my family members both molested me, and
Oh man. I'm sorry.
really, and I was like, but my best friend's dad tried to convince me that I would like being gay,
Yeah.
and I was like, that was a very confusing thing for me, and it's like two people that would then at the same time, even though I felt weird and even though that it, scared me, I was like, well, do they want me at the same
Right.
time? Do they, it's hard to explain,
Like
but it's kind of like,
acceptance. Like their acceptance, their validation.
yes.
Yeah.
So, and I was like,
Because
well,
you
this is,
have because of the rejection that you have experienced, like from the stepdad and your dad, and then your grandma and grandpa passing away. You were looking for somewhere to fit, somewhere to be a part of.
yes, ma'am. And so, um, but everything just started caving in me, so I ran. I ran to job corps, and I just, oh, well, no, wait. First, before that, I was smoking weed, and then my mom took me and said, "You're going to your dad's." So took me to my biological dad's house, and because I was under 16, he had no choice, right? So I remember there's one thing he gave me my entire life was at the age of 16, my first beer, and he said, yeah, I was like, "Hey, can I try that?" He's like, "Here, it tastes. You're not gonna like it." So I drank. I started drinking it, and as I started drinking it, like, and I don't want to trigger anybody right now, but this is a little trigger warning, so I'm careful. But it was like this. Normal people they drink a little bit and then they're fine. And yeah, I don't want no more. Me, it's like cold all the way down my chest. Like it was the greatest feeling. And I'm like, what is this? And pretty soon I started feeling better, and then I started feeling confident. Like I could talk, and I could just. But back then I was shy. I didn't talk. I didn't. I just read, and I'm not the chatty person I am now. But anyway, so like I was like, yeah, I love this. It feels great. It was
Yeah.
like a romantic experience, you know. So and I would start. My stepmom had these daiquiris, these frozen daiquiris, and I would slip into the freezer and I would get them and I would drink them and I would steal her cigarettes and I would go out to the car and I'd hide in the car and I'd be drinking and I would smoke cigarettes. And I was like, yes, I'm getting by and this is so cool,
Yeah.
but I felt, it was like I felt free though. I felt like, like I could be myself, I guess. And so, but then my dad was like, you should really go to Job Corps 'cause he didn't really want me there. So he was like, you should really go to Job Corps. And when that started happening with my best my best friend's dad, I was like, you know what? Maybe this will be a chance for me to get away from it all, get away from my family, get away from the toxicity, get away from, and because I was scared, right? So I went to Job Corps and I decided, you know what? I'm not gonna be like my family. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna start over, right? So I didn't touch anything else for the longest time. I went to Job Corps, but I got bullied a lot. And they told me that I either had to leave with my GED because I had graduated. I forgot to tell you I was homeschooled, but my grandmother took me out because I was being bullied in school. So she took me out and I was homeschooled. I forgot that part. So, anyways, they said I graduated my GED or they were going to send me home. So I graduated my GED. My family all thought that I just quit or whatever. So there was that like not being accepted again because everybody thought that I was a quitter. So I decided that right then and there that I was going to do everything in my power to become somebody. And I was going to do whatever I could to get their acceptance and finally get them to realize that thank you, Army. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I haven't, thank you for the gifts. I'm sorry that I haven't been answering the comments. Um, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Anyway, so um, where was I? Oh yeah, I said I made a point that I was going to do that, and I was not going to be like my mother. I was not going to be like my stepdad. So I did. I went to college after Job Corps. I got a job at Taco Bell. I remember going in there all confident and saying, "I just graduated Job Corps. I need a job." Back then, you had these little slip of papers that were applications. You didn't have this 2 hour online thing. I
Yeah.
went in there. I said I needed a job. She said, "Fill this out. Come in at 4 o'clock." I said,
Yeah.
"Yes, ma'am. I'll be there." She had a uniform. I started that day. I held that job for like a year. Oh, I was so proud of it. And then after that, I started college. But then I met my ex-wife. So I didn't really have transportation. So and time because I was working, I had my new wife and all that. So I dropped out and I decided to go to work at TDC. My friend that I met at Job Corps that looked out for me, he convinced me to go to TDC, and I was like, my family was like, "Oh, you couldn't do nothing like that." I'm like, "Bet I'm gonna prove you wrong." So I went to the academy, and this was back in 2006, and up to that point, I had only done. I was with my ex-wife for 5.5 years, and I worked restaurant business. Like I went restaurant to restaurant to restaurant, working as a kitchen host in the kitchen, waiter, just anything in the kitchen or cooking or whatever. So I went to the academy and I knew I was going to prove myself. So I went to the academy. Not only did I graduated at the top of my academy class. Yes, and I
Hell
think
yeah.
the major had pulled me into the office because even back then I was skinny, right? And I was. He's like, "Are you sure you want to do this, son? Because prison work is really hard." And I said, "Yes, sir. I want to do this. I know I can do it." So he he's like,
And you're
"Okay,
talking
all
about
right,
the Texas Department of Corrections. Okay.
yes, yes, Texas Department of Corrections." And it was back then it was TDCJ, but now it's just TDC. So I did. I graduated top of my class and went to work for the Clemens unit, which is where the youth offenders are. The where they're 14 or 15 or whatever, and they send them to the back of the prison, and they're not allowed with the general population, with the older people. Oh man, there's some. Woohoo, there are some deviant kids in
Yep.
there. They're like you. They're oh my god. I could tell you stories like they made. I don't know how much I don't want to get. If I get
Did you
started on
have, was there
TDC,
any kids in there that murdered their families?
there was a young boy named Sean in there, and he was in there for murdering his dad. But the story behind it was it was tear jerking, man. It was I had such compassion for that kid because that kid. Matter, I'm glad you brought that up because I related to that kid so much, except for that I didn't do anything. But like there was this, him and his mom were being abused
Yeah.
by his dad, his real dad, and he took a he took a shotgun and killed his dad to protect his mom, and he got life in prison for that because it was premeditated. Because he had the gun ready to shoot him the next time, so it was considered premeditated. And I thought to myself, if I had been a little older, would I have done the same thing? Hell yeah, I would have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I would have. I know I would have. So I felt for that kid. I really did. I tried to look out for him as much as I could. And there was some other inmates too that would look out for him, and they respected me because I looked out for him. They respected me because I wasn't one that would just write cases and do, you know. I didn't. In fact, they said I was too soft, but um, I didn't see scum of the earth.
Right.
I saw people I'm not going to say that there weren't some that I just didn't treat right, but there were, but I also saw people, you know, um, anyway, so because I always thought to myself, well, anyways, I'm gonna blow it. So my me and my ex-wife were arguing a lot, and there was this point in time where I had to write a case on this offender, and he got he tried to attack me, and I sprayed him, and he got another year in prison with the case that I gave him. And everybody said I was just doing my job, that I didn't do anything wrong, but he tried to commit suicide, and
Oh, wow.
I blamed myself, and I felt such guilt over that. I couldn't even tell my ex-wife. Um, I couldn't tell anybody. And I remember riding home one day, talking to my friend. His name was Josh Snyder. He's dead now. He died on a motorcycle in a motorcycle accident. But he's like, hey, let's go have a beer. I hadn't drank or done nothing in almost 10 years. Okay, I hadn't touched anything. I had done really good. And I was like, I didn't, at that point, I didn't consider myself an alcoholic, right? But they say, when you start, it's like you never stopped. And boy, it was like I never stopped. And it was Smirnoff. I remember it was Smirnoff. Now, anybody that says beer is not as strong as Smirnoff, nah, you ain't right. So,
I remember
I
those
think
Smirnoffs, the ones in the with the white drinks, yeah?
that's black.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. Ooh, man, I'm gonna be careful. But yeah, I don't even see those in the stores anymore, even.
I used
But
to drink
yeah,
those too.
yeah, those were really good. Those are the best. But anyway, I'll take that. I will take that over a Budweiser any day. So,
Same.
um, yeah. So at that point, I had kept my family out of my life, which was kind of contradictory to what I'm about to say because I was trying to get acceptance, wanting them to be a part of my life, but at the same time, I kept them out of my life, which I know that doesn't make much sense, but I'm a very confused and complicated person, and I'm okay with that. So, now, so anyways, but again, I kind of snapped. Um, and my ex-wife pretty much was cheating on me with the guy that got me drunk. And when I got drunk, I passed out. He was screwing my wife. So yeah. And then at that point, I found out she left, and I just went into this great depression. I was about 27 years old at the time. This was 13 years ago. And so the next decade was spent in addiction. I mean, that was when it was off to the races, and it got worse and worse after that. So basically, I uh, I went from drinking to smoking crack after a while. I started doing well. Actually, it was cocaine with my brothers. I let them back. That's why I was mentioning I let them back in my life. And when I did, my brothers and my sister were younger than me. So
Mhm.
they were doing drugs. So I'm like, you know what? I want to
Where'd
be a
you get?
part of their life. I'm going to do drugs with them. So I started drinking. I started doing cocaine, and then went from cocaine to crack. And
Go lay down.
it was like, step outside for a minute. Um, hey, Becky. Hey, Jimmy. Hi. So I hope nobody was listening there because they just.
You're doing really
All right.
good. I'm really into
Thank,
your story. You're doing amazing. You're doing good.
thank, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope we're not going too long. I
No,
just.
you're fine. You're fine.
All right. Well, some of the parts I'm about to get into might be a little bit graphic, so but I'm trying to get through this because, like I said, I want people to be able to relate. And one thing that I have found, one thing that made it hard for me to open up about things, whether you're doing a four-step inventory or whether you're just opening up to people, uh, whatever, because you have to tell your story to somebody. Whether it's a sponsor, whether it's a close friend, whether it's whatever, you can't go with the belief that I know I used to believe, well, everything that I had done and been through was the worst. That nobody else had been through what I'd been through, or nobody had done the things that I'd done. But the fact of the matter is, there's so many people that I relate to when I hear their stories and when they hear mine. Like it's, I know that I'm not alone. So that's why I want to be open about. I'm gonna hit my bait, but I don't want to. I don't know if that'll get you violated. So I'm just
Oh, I
gonna.
don't know. Yeah, go ahead. I'm so glad that you're telling your story. Like, I never knew your story, so this is very good for me. I love it.
Well, so for it was about, let's see, the next 3 years it was drinking. I pretty much would stay in my house. I went to go live with my mom. I lost everything. I lost my apartment. I lost my ex-wife. I lost everything. I lost my job. That's right. I lost my job because I was drinking on the job,
Oh,
and
wow.
I wound up. I was working in the pickets. They tried everything to help me in my addiction. Like they sent me to a psychiatrist. They tried to get me help. I was a good officer. They did not want to let me go. And finally, I was working a picket and I was drunk and I accidentally almost shot myself with a shotgun. So it was
Damn.
accidental. Yeah, I wasn't doing it right. I was trying to. It's supposed to be loaded, and I cocked it. And like I said, I was half spun out of my mind. So I'm like, I nearly blew my leg off. So at that point, they had to let me go. And that was a good job. I'd be retired now if I'd have stayed. It was over
Yeah, you
10 years.
had benefits and everything. You were working for the state.
Yes, and that was the first serious consequence to my drinking and my addiction. There's so many others, but um, I lost my wife, I lost my job, I lost my house. I wanted to go and stay with my mom, and I would just I was just such depression. I would not even, the only time I would leave the house for the next 3 years was to either go get money for alcohol or to take, and I'd stand outside the store and try to bum it up for a six pack and then run back and hold myself in my room, play video games, or drink till I pass out and then sleep. And there were days when I didn't even want to wake up. I would drink, I would take a bunch of pills, and I would say, I hope I don't wake up. Then I'd wake up and I'd be like, damn it! Oh, sorry, my
No,
bad.
you're okay.
Darn it! You
You're
know,
okay.
I'd be like, dang it, I'm still alive. Why am I still alive? But I didn't have the courage to just. I told myself that I wasn't gonna be like. Somebody got loud music on. I'm at a truck stop, so
It's okay.
um. But I promised myself, you know how I don't know if you ever read the big book where Bill Wilson telling the story, and he says in one part of the story, oh, he'd never take his own life, and then later on in the story, it talks about how how he was trying to tie himself down so he wouldn't jump out of, okay, how I progressed from
Mm-hmm.
he would never do that to he did. Well, it was kind of like me, because I was like, I would never take my own life, but I was hoping that I would die, that I would just be taken, right? So, but at that point, that's the way I felt. So, um, right before, um, well, about 3 years later, though, it took about 3 years, and it got so bad that I finally, like, I had a knife in my hand one day, and I hope I'm not getting too graphic, but a knife in my hand one day, and I was so drunk, and I was just like, I wonder if I could, and then I just did it. I was just like, no, I'm just gonna let the knife drop and see what happens. Just put it to chance. So I did. I dropped it, and then it cut my wrist like almost halfway open. And then I'm thinking, oh my God, what did I just do? So I told my mom that I fell and I accidentally cut myself. Well, she knew the truth. So I went to the hospital. They patched me up, and so that was my first attempt. It was like a half-hearted attempt. So after that, I think she called my friend Larry, the one I went to the academy with, and he came to me and he said, "Hey, why don't you get out of that situation? Why don't you come stay with me?" And so I was like, okay, sure, whatever. And so I went and go stayed with him, and that's when I met Stephanie Nickens, the love of my life, um, who passed away about 10 years ago. But she was the love of my life, and I met her. When I met her, I was like, at first, he introduced me to her. At first, I was like, I don't want to meet nobody. I don't care. I don't, you know. But then I met her, and I'm like, we just started talking one night, and we was talking all night. That's all we did. We just talked, and she just listened to me. And I remember telling her everything. I was like, yeah, she was actually listening to me. She actually cared about how I felt. And I'm like, for the first time in my life, I actually had somebody that I felt like really just understood me, you know, and didn't judge me at all. Look at me different. And so I remember her. I went to go open a beer, and I could tell it bothered her. So I was like, "Is this bothering you?" And she said, "Well, I don't want you to think that you had to be different around me. You don't. You know." And I was like, "Well, just tell me, does it?" And she told me about her dad used to be very abusive to her, and about to her and her mom. And I'm like, then my memories flooded back to my stepdad. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm gonna quit. So I did. I poured out my alcohol and I threw everything away that I had, and I didn't touch it at all. Now the thing, the thing is, and it says this in the big book. Now, let me just say this: that I do like the 12-step programs, and I do refer to it a lot. But I don't believe that that is the only way to sobriety. I support all forms of recovery. Um, I have my own issues with the 12-step program, but I do believe that it's a good tool to use. But I just want everyone to know that those that might have been burned by AA or been burned by the church, I fully understand, and I'm just letting you know that some of the things that have helped me.
Yeah.
So, but I in no way, one of the reasons why I support Nicole so much is because um, she presents different forms of recovery for people. Like I've actually wanted to try that self-help recovery that you talk about a lot. I've
Yeah.
actually thought about trying that just so I can show other people what it's like. So, anyways, going back to my story. But in the big book, it says that, um, shoot, I lost my train of thought. Oh, it says that if we have a it says some people, if they have a strong reason or emotional reason for stopping, that they can.
Right.
However, if they don't deal with the inside, that there'll come a day when, if that's removed, that reason is removed, that they will drink again.
Yep.
Well, that's what happened to me. I stayed sober for over 6 months. Then she passed away in 2011. And I remember thinking, you know what? I had gotten baptized and I got saved while I was with her. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna follow God, and I'm just gonna do right. I'm gonna do it for her. But then, really, it was a front. I was really starting to get angry. I was getting, and about 6 months in my sobriety, about 6 more months in, I snapped because I didn't deal with my emotional I had never dealt with my trauma from a childhood. I had never dealt with my really with anything.
Right.
I hadn't dealt with Stephanie's death. I didn't deal with anything. I buried it, and finally, I snapped, and I started hanging out with her brother, which her brother was from the street life, and I started smoking crack again. I started drinking, And I remember I just got to the point to where I didn't care. Um, because of my loyalty to Stephanie, I had promised her that I would look out for her little brother. And because I was so emotionally immature and emotionally upset, like back then, I would let people run over me very
Yep.
easily. And very insecure, still wanted that acceptance. So when I got bad on crack, I started letting him talk me into doing a lot of things that I never thought I would do. When he found out about my confusion about what happened to me when I was a teenager, he used that against me, um, to convince me to do things for crack,
Yeah.
um, things that would make my grandmother turn over in her grave and my grandparents turn over in their grave. Um, I I let him talk me into doing sexual favors for it.
Yeah.
Um, but it came to that acceptance. When I accept what, like you said earlier, even though it was fearful for me, at the same time, it was like, well, maybe this is the only way to become somebody again. You know. Um, hello, Alicia. Um, so I let him talk me into committing robbery for the first time. I snatched a woman's purse. And I remember being so scared. I went, spun out of my mind. I went into a restaurant and I just snatched a bunch of purses that was sitting right there and I started running. And I broke into this woman's house and he told me just what to do. And I'm sitting there shaking the whole time. And he said, just put your hands in your pocket and tell her you have a gun, you know. And that's what I did. I told her I had a gun, right?
Mhm.
Which I didn't really have a gun, but I was saying, I'm sitting here shaking. Well, she knows that I'm full of crap, right? And again, I spun out of my mind. She knows I'm full of crap. She knows I don't really have a gun. So she walks right out of that house, goes to the police station, and me, so spun out, just sat there and waited for the cops to come. Just waited for the cops to come. And then when they got there, I was like, help, this crazy woman has me hostage. Yeah. Yeah, I snapped to her and I said, this crazy woman has me hostage and she's driving me. And I'm like, but no, that didn't work. They took me to jail.
When we're tweaking, we think we have the greatest ideas, but
Yes.
they're not good ideas at all.
Yes, they're just like the most. It was ridiculous. I'm sitting there actually thinking I'm going to convince the cops that this woman had me hostage, and I had torn up her whole house looking for crap.
Did you find
And
anything in there? Did you get anything of value or no?
no, I just took a food stamp card. Yeah, that's what I had it in my pocket. And then when I got to the jail, I handed it to him. Said, "I have a food stamp card. I think I accidentally got it or something." I was I was messed up. So, um, but the funny part about it is she was a dopehead and she disappeared. Like she didn't show up to the court dates or anything. The cop didn't make the statement right. She couldn't get her statement. So they said because you were in her house, we have to at least charge you. So they dropped it down to a criminal beat trespassing and let me go after 5 months.
Damn, you're lucky, dude. You could have got
I was
armed
glad.
robbery, or you could
They
have got
did charge
robbery.
me with armed robbery. They tried to put me with armed robbery, and it got put down to a criminal trespass. I was so blessed, and I told myself right there, and I said, "I'm never doing this again. I am going to stay straight. I'm going to do the right thing." So I got out, and I went to Senacor, which is a
I can hold your dad. Lay down.
uh,
Sorry about that.
it was a no. No, I went to the Gold Coast. That was it. Was an outpatient. I went to Gold Coast, and I started going to AA. And again, I was sober for maybe about 6 months. But then it was like I don't even remember what started it. I'm pretty sure it was some trivial reason. I mean, they say we're always going to find a reason, no matter what it is. We're going to find a reason to start drinking again.
Yep.
Well, I started drinking, and but I didn't do drugs. I just started drinking. I said, you know what? If I'm drinking, I'll be okay. So I went back to my mother's and started living there. Well, I met this girl named Alicia, and she said, you know what? Meth is so much better than alcohol. It won't hurt you like alcohol will. It won't make you crazy like alcohol and crack will. So and at that point I was having nightmares and PTSD from everything. So she's like, that'll get rid of the nightmares. Well, of course they will,
Yeah, because
because
you
you'll
won't
never,
sleep.
yeah, you'll never sleep. Of course you'll get rid of the nightmares. So this was back in 2014. So I did. I started smoking methamphetamine, and I was like, oh my god, that was the one. They always say you have the one.
Yep.
You have the one that does that and nothing else.
Yep.
Everything else is trash compared to that, right? Well, like, and so that was my one. That was it. And not only that, that was Alicia started a long line of women that, like I told you earlier, that would use me, would go back to the bad boys. Well, she was a dealer. Unbeknownst to me, she had got my sister hooked on methamphetamine too, and I didn't even know that. So, hold on. Well, for the next 2 years, it was kind of like I wanted to quit. I wanted to stop. I wanted to get. I would get one of these girls would let me down. I would say, okay, I'm done with it. I would get off the drug or the alcohol. I'd check into a rehab. I checked into rehab, Center twice, Gold Coast twice, and Pathway to Recovery. And then every time I get out, I'd get with somebody else, and I would. It started with I went to jail several times for theft, for criminal trespass, for public intoxication. I was just going to jail like every 2 or 3 months. But so, and I kept going back to Alicia. I would go to someone else. I would go back to Alicia. Well, in 2016, I caught my first felony, and um, I had started. I had started conning. She taught me a lot about the game. She taught me about hustling, about conning. I was getting to where I would run scams in order to get. I ran debit card scams. I once actually took a picture of a dead woman. I went around town pretending that I was getting money for her funeral, and I made like about $700 doing that.
Damn.
I was good at what I did.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and
I know what
I'm
you mean.
drinking. Yeah, and I thought to myself, now I'm somebody. Okay, I tried it the right way, but this way, I'm getting over on people, and I'm proving that I'm smarter than them.
Right.
But oh, no idea what they were talking about. But anyway, so um, like, uh, anyways, I was a provider. I got a job as a provider, and I was taking care of the elderly guy. And when he would go to sleep, I would let Alicia use the car to go and get re up.
Yeah.
And I was taking stuff, like I was like, he has so much stuff that I figured, well, he's not even gonna know it's gone. So I was robbing him blind. He didn't even know it. And then I felt a lot of guilt for that, because he was a very kind and compassionate person. Reminded me a lot of my granddad, you know.
Yeah.
But But, as an addict, we do what we do. Well, we were going in the car one day. I was taking the car to her, and we got into it at Walgreens. Well, she gave me the dope and spun off in the car. So I was like, you know what, screw it. So I went into Walgreens, I went in the bathroom, and I started smoking. Well, about 5 minutes later, in comes this cop, busts into the bathroom stall, and arrests me because I'm sitting there in the middle of smoking. And I had the nerve to ask the cop, "Can I at least finish?" Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
I, I I'm like, I was crazy, man. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm sitting, well, can I at least finish this? And I threw the pipe at him when he started coming at me, and I started kicking, and I was like, he could have really got me for resisting arrest, for damage of police property, of everything. 'Cause I was kicking the car door, and I was like, I was not going to go quietly. I was fighting every step of the way. I was screaming and yelling, and we get to the police station, and I'm like, I'm sorry. And then I started crying and I was fun out of my mind. So, um, I remember that they got me for possession of methamphetamine. It's 2016, and I remember there was this church called the Freedom House, and I had wrote them, and they came and got me out of jail, brought me to the Freedom House, and they gave me time served and said that no, wait, no, 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 no. That's later on. I'm getting my story mixed up. That was later on. I got time served, and I got a 12:44 and I got out. I said I would, now I had, they say they have jailhouse religion, right?
Yep.
Well, I was like, I rededicated myself life to the Lord. I was, helping preach in the jail. I was like, I'm all on fire for God, right? Well, the minute I walked out that door, I called my dealer and said, "Hey, can you come pick me up?"
Yep.
About 5 minutes after I was out of jail, I started smoking dope again. Right, so I was like, it was, and I remember I had a cigarette that was still in my pocket from when I got arrested because they never sent me to prison. I had 1244A. I spent it in county. So I took that out of my pocket and I smoked it. A 6-month-old cigarette. Stay on its crap. I smoked that sucker.
Heck
So
yeah.
I'm like, yeah. So I told myself, I said, you know what, fuck it. Well, 4 months later, I got another felony, and um, this time I got probation, and so I got out, and again, I just started right back where I stopped. But I was back then. There was so well, I guess they can now, but back then it was so easy to fake P tests, and I was
Yeah.
faking every last one of them, and I would pride myself on it. And my probation officer said, "I don't know how you're doing it, but you could pay your fines if you didn't smoke that dope." And I was like, "I'm
Yeah.
not smoking dope. I don't know what you're talking about. You see, my P tests are clean." But then I got so bad that it was to the point to where I go to my probation officer and say, "I'm dirty. Don't even bother testing me."
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so I was supposed to go to rehab. So again, oh, that's right. This is the part where the Freedom House can got me because I I failed the test, so they locked me up until they could send me to rehab. It was just a hold, and the Freedom House come got me out, and they said if you finish here, then you can get free again. So I went to the Freedom House. I had so much anger at that point. Like nobody could get close to me. Like if you looked at me wrong, I would go off on you.
Yeah.
Like I had so much hate. Like it was nobody would even approach me because I was always looking like I was angry. Not just people the drug majors to go say, yeah, that's a funny story. Thank you. Trying to look at the comments. I'm not trying to ignore anybody. But I don't know how many people are in
There's
this.
25 over here.
Oh wow. Uh, oh, I forgot we're on dual lives, so there's like if mine says one. At least there's one in mine. But
Yay.
anyway, so but hey, you know what they say? The person is supposed to hear is gonna hear it. So
That's right.
now I'm gonna get to the solution though,
Okay.
because I was so angry, and I know I kind of went a little long on the how what I was like part, but it's just what came to my mind. Now, um, eventually I went to Freedom House twice. I was in and out of rehabs. At this point, it got to where um I went to rehab and I left and I went straight to the judge and I said, look, you're gonna have to either lock me up or I'm gonna die because I can't stop. So he sent me to St. Pete. Um, it's a Estelle unit, and I was wanting so bad to change, but I didn't know how. Like I said, I was so angry, and I couldn't open up. I couldn't tell anybody anything, and I was scared to death. And I remember meeting this guy named Charlie Box in prison, and he he really looked out for me. Like his wife put money on my books. I had nobody.
Yeah.
I had everybody turned their back on me. Nobody wrote me in prison. Definitely not the people I ran with. They didn't give a crap about me. I don't care
Exactly.
how I don't care how much the people you run with you think they're your friends. They're not your friends. They're not gonna put money on your books. They're not gonna be there for you. They're gonna leave you high and dry. And that's
Yep.
just the skin. And the people that did love me were just so tired of my crap that they didn't know what to do, so they turned their back on me, and I really can't blame them. You know, I was
Yeah.
stealing, I was robbing, I was conning. I mean, I was lost. Well, anyways, Charlie and me became best friends like really fast, and um, so but then his wife sent him a letter saying that she was done with him, right? And he started going downhill and taking other people's medications, and he took his own life while we were in prison. And I remember I was devastated. But then I remember praying and saying, God, I don't know what to do. Why would he do this to me? Why do I lose somebody else? And he said, I remember hearing a voice tell me, he made his choice. What are you going to do? And I said, well, why am I still here? Do you even love me? Do you even care about me? You know, I believe you're real, but I don't believe you love me. But I always thought I was a mistake. You know, I always thought that I was just, something that slipped through his fingers, and he was punishing me because I wasn't really supposed to be here. You know, and the only God that I remember hearing about growing up was a punishing God. You
Me
know,
too.
one that one that was ready to whack you every time you did something wrong. You know, you
Yep.
had to be perfect, right? Well, so, but then I remember opening my Bible, and I remember it turned. When I turned it, it turned to 139, Psalms 139, talking about how we're beautifully and wonderfully made, and how wonderful His thoughts were towards me. And I thought to myself, and the thought occurred to me that if God of the universe is real, He knew everything I do before He created me, but He still created me and wanted me here. And then it just blew my mind because I'm like, wait a second. He wanted me here. Maybe I am worth it. Maybe what these people are telling me is true. And so I thought to myself, I can't go on the fence anymore. Then I've got to go either, I can't play this game anymore with my life. I had to either just use until I die or get right and fine.
Yeah.
So I started opening up to my counselor, and because at that point, by the way, I've got to say that I was afraid of men for a lot of my life, for a lot of the reasons why I've told my story. So, but which is why I'm glad I had a woman counselor, because I would only open up to women at first.
I
And
understand why. I understand.
so I remember the first thing she taught me was you've got to learn to love yourself. God, so I started using. Hey, what's up, man? So, one thing I did, I started opening up about my past. I started listening, um, to advice, and the first thing I let go of. I mean, the first thing I started doing was letting go of anything and everything that was holding me back. Letting go of the people that I thought I needed acceptance from. I had to let go of my family. I had to stop worrying about if they were ever going to write me, if they were thinking about me or anything. It had to be just me and God, and trust Him that He was going to bring people into my life. The second thing I had to start doing was letting go of my past, which is very hard to do.
Yeah.
I had to stop blaming, I had to stop using it as a crutch, though. You know, yes, our trauma is very real. And one thing that I've learned, and one thing that my counselor taught me is feelings are always valid. Okay. And our trauma is real. And we should belittle it, but we should also not let it anchor us down. You know, so I had to remove, I had to stop playing the blame game. Well, my family didn't want me. This happened to me. I did this. I couldn't keep putting shame on myself. Okay. I had to forgive myself. Um, and I also had to learn to start forgiving others. I remember I started praying for the people that had hurt me. And that's a very hard thing to do.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Very, very difficult. But when I started doing that, it took time, but it started being very free. Like, to actually care. I asked God to give me the ability to care about the people that I hated the most, to have compassion for the ones that had hurt me the most.
Yep.
Um, I started using meditation to help me sleep. Like, at first, I couldn't sleep at all. Like, I was lie awake for 2 or 3 days before I could even fall asleep. So this old convict taught me this meditation technique. Because I didn't like the meditation techniques they had in the counseling in the classes. So he taught me this. I would lay there at night, and I would say just lay there and start relaxing your muscles from the bottom to the top. So you start with your toes, right? You lay
Mhm.
there, you think peaceful thoughts, you put everything out of your mind. Don't think about anything. Just think about your toes and relaxing those little muscles. Then go from your feet, your ankles, your legs. So, and pretty soon it would get to where I'd get to my neck. I would just lay there, my neck, and I'd fall asleep. And while I was, right when I get to the last part of it, when I start dozing off, think of one thing that makes you the most peaceful, a happy thought, and think that positive thought, or tell yourself, or I will tell myself, um, that I love myself and what I was grateful for. And pretty soon, it got to where I would wake up in a good mood. And then after a while, it got to where I could fall asleep just like that. So it took me about 6 to 8 weeks of doing that. I can't remember exactly how long, but it was gradual, but it worked. It worked a lot. And and the thing is our brain rebuilds itself.
Yep.
And that's one thing I wanted to say, P. Our brain rebuilds and makes new brain cells. So if we think as our brain is rebuilding itself and making us brand new brain cells while we're sleeping, if we think positive thoughts while we're going to sleep, our brain rebuilds on that positivity. So sooner or later, our brain turns into plus what you listen to, because the time we're in the womb, our brain builds on sound. It's called
Yep.
brain elasticity. I found that out in college. So if we listen to positivity, if we listen to positive music, if we listen to self affirmation, what's it, videos that have self affirmation and stuff like that, our brain, we hear that and it sounds, that builds our brain. It builds positivity. So those were some of the things I did to begin, and so when I got I did go to a 12-step program, but not in the prison. AA is not the same in prison, but um I basically did the principles without actually doing the 12-step program until I got out. When I got out, I had no contact with anybody for the longest time. I stayed off Facebook. I stayed off social media. Social media can be a trap. Let me just tell
Yeah.
you. You like if you're early in recovery, stay off of TikTok. Stay off. Well, okay, TikTok is good for recovery. I'm not saying it's not. Let me take that back. I'm just saying though that for some people it's good not to,
Right.
unless you find the positive side. Because you see the evil side of TikTok too.
What I
Just
think
like
people should
Facebook,
do is
like
get a good solid 6 months to a year foundation and then come on social media. That's what I did. I got a year sober and then I came on social media.
and I wasn't on social media for about the same amount of time. And I finally started going back on Facebook. Was this before I even knew about TikTok? Um, so I uh I stayed away from my family. I went to the Salvation Army and I was homeless by choice because I didn't want to be around any of my family or anybody that was toxic. And I got a job. I got two jobs, as a matter of fact, and I started going to college again. I was doing really good, right? Um, and I went back to the Freedom House. I told my probation officer, I said I want to go and finish something because I'd always ran. Every time I would start something, I would either screw it up or else I would quit. And at this, I told my probation officer, I need to finish this.
Yeah.
I need to finish what I started before I went to prison. So I did. I went to the Freedom House. I worked hard with. I graduated from the Freedom House early. Then I had to do outpatient, so I did outpatient for another 6 months at that program. Um, and I finished that early. And then I got off probation 6 months early, paid all my fines off. I busted my butt. I started college. I was like, I was on it and I was working on myself and I was
Yeah.
proud of myself. Now, about during the pandemic, 2020, I met this girl that I had met an outpatient. I went to go live with her. Everybody said that was a bad idea. Well, so I figured she was sober, I'd be all right. Well, what happened was is I didn't listen. I started reverting. I stopped doing all the things that I was doing when I got out, and pretty soon I started smoking again. For the next 2 months, it was like I never stopped. But then I looked at myself in the mirror one day and I saw myself losing weight. I saw my eyes and I'm like, oh, hell no, I can't do this again. I
Yeah.
can't. So I reached out and um, I called Larry again, the same one that come got me when I was staying at my mom's house. I said, hey, man, I messed up a little bit. I know you're going to be disappointed in me. And he said, no, come stay with me. It's okay. He's like, I understand. I'm glad you're telling me the truth. He said, I'm actually been wanting somebody to come and be my roommate anyways. So he was like, and this is a guy that I stole from. and lied to. But he's like, look, I've seen how good you're doing. I know you're trying. I know you're not trying to go back down that road. Just come on and stay with me. And this guy Galen that I had conned out of $200, I had looked him up and told him the truth, expecting him to file charges. And he was so impressed that I told him the truth and was willing to pay him back that uh, he let me pay him back. And that was the year I was still on probation. Well, I told him that I had messed up and that I was sorry. And he said, well, here's $500. Go rent an apartment and get out of that situation. Yes, this is a guy I had conned to and
Wow.
manipulated. Yeah, and that's what happens when you earn your trust. You're open and not like, because I was not known for honesty, but
Yeah.
it was so hard that people trusted me again, and they were so impressed that I was open about, and I reached out that they were willing to help me. You know, so that's and I tell this because, and I thought to myself, you know what, I messed up. I'm not gonna feel shame and regret. I'm just gonna keep getting up. I'm gonna pull myself up on my bootstraps, and I'm gonna keep going.
Yep.
And that's when I found TikTok. That's when I went on. I was at the hospital with my niece. She had staph infection, right? And I take her tablet one day 'cause she would ignore me and she would be in her tablet. I said, "What are you looking at?" So I looked at it and I thought, "Well, TikTok." I'm like, "What is this?" So I'm outside one day and I just make a TikTok and it blows up like 52,000 views in like a day. And I'm like, holy crap,
Yeah.
people like me. But then and then, you know, pretty soon I'm finding all these recovery people, you and B Magic and Mama Shark. And I'm like, so I find something that I could be a part of, right? And
Yep.
it was really amazing. And I started, I'm like, wait, maybe I can share a part of myself. So that's what I did. So I started. I just got back into it, and I didn't. And I just want anybody to know that you know length of length of sobriety is important, and it's to be proud of. It's like Nicole, 7 years busting her ass. She helps so many people, you know. But I also I want people to know that if you slip, you didn't throw anything away. Okay, yeah, AA is wrong. I believe in that. You
Yeah,
don't
I do
just throw
too.
away. Right. You know, 7 years. If you would have slipped today, you wouldn't lose that 7 years. Now that shouldn't be oh well I can go, you know, but you still had that 7 years where you were doing the right thing. So, and I say that because if somebody does, I want them to know that they can pick themselves up and keep going. It
Yep.
does not have to be oh my God, I messed up. Okay. I slipped a while back and I drank 2 beers and I said, you know what, that I'm not, I didn't throw it, I didn't throw anything away, you know. So, and that doesn't, you know, I just, I believe, I think that we put I think that's a way of people putting shame on themselves. They shouldn't have to feel guilty. We are what we are, but we, we can't just forget about all the good we've done. We have to let that be like, okay, I know I can do this. Okay, I'm human. I made a mistake. So,
Right. Like I say, you didn't lose all your experience of staying sober. What you did is you gained experience on what not to do. Because a lot of times what happens is we forget how bad it was. That's what happens. We forget how bad it was and we fall back. And then we have to like bring it back into our conscious mind. Okay, this is not the way I want to live anymore, and then we get back on track. And we that doesn't mean that you didn't have all that amazing sober time. It just means that you learned from that. If you learn from the experience, I say, you know, it's not a lost cause.
and the most important thing that I could tell anybody is the most things that I did, that I've done during my 4 years of recovery is one, document my myself and be able to, and I look, and I learned this recently that, you know, no matter how much you love somebody, if they are dragging you down, you have to let them go.
Yep.
You have to put up those boundaries. It's okay to set boundaries for yourself. It's okay to say, okay, I'm done. I can't do this. It's okay to protect yourself, but it's also, if you let people in your life, you got to let people earn your trust. And you've got to keep people in your life surrounded that are going to lift you up and not break you down. My circle is small, but I know that each and every one of those people are going to be there for me if I need to, and if I can reach out to them,
Yep.
including Nicole.
Oh yeah.
And uh, so, another thing, self care is very important. Um, I back when I was in my addiction, I did not brush my teeth. I did not shower. I did not, I didn't take care of my emotional health, mental health. That's one of the things that I did when I relapsed. Is I wasn't taking care of my emotional health. I wasn't taking care of my mental health. That's very important. It's okay to put your own needs above others when it comes to what you need. And I don't mean by the consequences of somebody else's safety. I just mean, I used to tell my mom, and by the way, my mom got sober too. And we actually have a
Yay.
relationship today. We actually have a relationship today. She's changed a lot. She she, in fact, one of my most crowning moments was a couple of years ago when I got out of prison. She apologized for everything and told me nothing you ever did was ever your fault. Nothing. It was, I was an alcoholic. It's not an excuse, but I couldn't even love myself.
Yeah.
There was a way I was able to love you because I couldn't even love myself. And as she said, you are worth being loved. And that was there. Now we have a really great relationship and we're very close. And my dad never came around. I really don't care. I've come to the point to where I'm kind of glad that if he didn't want to be in my life, at least he didn't stick around. And that's okay. I know that
Right.
I'm a good dad. Um, oh yeah, I didn't really talk much about my daughter, and I know my time was run out, but
So you
I
have a
am a
daughter?
dad. Yes, ma'am.
How old's your
It
daughter?
was well, she's 18. I
Wow.
grew up with her mother, and back when I was working for TDCJ, she had a little girl. Uh, her ex didn't want anything to do with her, so I said, you know what? Because I had grown up with her mother. I said I want to be her dad. So when I got into my addiction, I kind of ran from that. I figured, I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to be a lousy dad. I'm just going to, kind of mom was trying to push me away. She was in her own addiction. Uh, Isha Ashley came and found me while I was at rehab, and she wanted to still be a part of my life. Um, and I'm telling you, that kid had never ever held anything against me. She is, she maybe earned her trust in her time, but never ever. I mean, she's the complete opposite of what I was like when I was a teenager. She's very good head on her shoulders. She graduated high school. I mean, and she she got pregnant. I told her, I said, her, I said, what are you going to do? And she said, I'm going to finish high school and I'm going to keep this baby and I'm going to get a job. I said, okay, I support you. One thing I never did was try to tell her what she should do with her life. I felt I didn't have the right, but I did share my experiences with her. And this is very important part of recovery is sharing your experiences with other people.
Right.
And so I started doing that with my daughter. Sometimes she listened, sometimes she wouldn't, but she always gave me respect, always. And so, and even when I slipped, um, when I relapsed, and I told her the truth, she said, "It's okay, Dad. I know you did good. You're a great dad, and I want to thank you for being my dad." So, and she goes, "I want you to be a part of your grandson's life. So you better not mess up." So I'm like, so she's about to turn a year on August the 7th, and uh, I'm very blessed because I get to be a part of my grandson's life, and I get to be a part of my daughter's life. I get to be a part of my niece's and my sister's life. Um, I found love again, and I'm able to be myself without drinking, without doing drugs. I'm able to feel confident. You see me in my TikToks.
I'm
Um,
really
you know,
proud of you, Taylor. Like, I'm very proud of you. And I just really am so grateful that I'm so grateful that you shared everything with us today, because I don't think you understand how many people in the comment section were saying that they could relate to what you went through. I mean, I know it's hard to share that kind of personal stuff, but it's worth it, man, because you're helping people. I'm telling you. And thank you for being totally transparent and sharing all that with us, I know it's hard, especially as a man, but damn, I got a lot of respect for you.
Thank you. And I just want people to know that you can do it. And I don't care how far down the scales you've gone, you can come back from it. And just find what works for you and don't give up. I have lost so many people. I didn't even mention all the people that I've lost. And I used to not deal with death very well at all. Lost my sister to addiction, my best friend to an overdose last year. I did tell you about Charlie Box. And so just but I'm able to get through stuff like that now because I've relied on the program that I chose. But just you can do it, and it is possible. So I I thank you for letting me be here. And if anybody ever needs anything, just let me know. I can't always answer because I work a lot, but you know what? I will the best I can. And I love everybody. Thank you for letting me be here. And I'm really honored. And I'm proud of you, Nicole. And I'm proud to be a part of your life, your recovery, and your story. And so,
I love you. I'm so proud of you. Good
thank
job.
you. Thank you. I love you too. And thank you so much.
10. It's a
Okay.
10. You did really good. Thank you so much for
You.
sharing. You did fucking awesome. Hell yeah. I can relate to your story a lot too. I did not know you worked at the prison. That's so fucking cool, man. You worked at the prison and then you ended up in prison.
Yeah, I know. You know, oh, I don't have a lighter. No, it's okay. It's okay. I was talking on the phone. But no, yeah, I worked at the prison. I was in the prison. Let me tell you one more story. I got to tell you one
Okay.
more story. This is so scary, right? So I was like, my bunkmate I can't remember his name. Hey, one day we were talking. He's like, "You look so familiar," and I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, just I know you from somewhere." And I'm like, "Yeah, you look familiar too." And then he's like, "You ever been to prison?" And I was like, I was like, oh, and I remember I was like, what unit? He's like, at the Clemens unit. I was at the Clemens unit once before, and I was like, yeah, I went to Clemens unit. I was locked up for about a year and a half, and I just lied my butt off. And like, really, he did remember that I was a correctional officer,
Right.
but he recognized my face, and I was like, oh, he's gonna remember. But anyways. Yeah, I have so many other stories I could tell. Oh my goodness! But I know I've been on here almost an hour and a half, so I
You
know
did
somebody else
great.
probably. Thank you.
I love
Thank
you,
you.
okay?
I love you too. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're
All right.
welcome. Text
All right.
me later, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I will. I'm gonna hop off and come back into the live. So,
Okay.
all right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I'm getting tired. I know y'all can tell. Is Jessica in here? Because if Jessica's in here, she was going to come share her story. If not, I'll share a little bit and then I think I'm going to, honestly, I think I'm going to pass out, y'all, because I'm really tired. But, I just want you guys to know, like, how much this means to me that I'm able to come on here and hang out with you guys. And I don't think y'all understand how much it means to me that you guys show me support, that you guys watch my videos, that you interact with my content. It makes me feel so good. And I love sharing my story. I love helping people. It helps me every single day to be able to stay sober, you know? And I'm just so grateful for the people that I've met on this app, Someone who's struggling with addiction. Yeah, that's hard, Molly. When they're in psychosis, baby, there's really nothing you can do except for let it run its course. And then when she gets sobered up a little bit, then try to talk to her, If it gets bad, you might need to take her to the emergency room, because I know I've been there, had to do that before lots of times, because I ended up going into a coma because my internal organs shut down because I got so dehydrated. So be careful. So yeah, I guess I could tell y'all some of my story before that's what we'll do. So it'll take me about, okay, here we go. So for those of you guys that don't know, my name is Nicole Blue Dre, formerly known as Nicole DeMayo, and I got sober July 13th of 2015. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what it was like when I was a kid, growing up, how I got into my addiction, and what my life is like now that I got sober. So when I was a kid growing up, I had the best family. My mom and dad, my mom is Mexican and my dad is Italian, and my parents met when they were in the Air Force. They were fighting over the last piece of pizza. That's right. We like to eat in this family. And so that's how they met, and they started dating and fell in love, and then they had me in Long Island, New York. So we were only in New York for like 2 or 3 years before we came to Arkansas, where I live now. And so when we got down here to Arkansas, my mom had my 2 baby sisters. So I am 40 years old. My sister Michelle is 38, and my sister Christine is 37. And so we're back to back. And we were the DeMayo sisters, the 3 Musketeers, okay? I can remember when I was a little girl, my mom had us in a Pentecostal church. So we couldn't cut our hair, we couldn't wear makeup, no earrings, no pants, only dresses. And I had these long pigtails. I'm talking my hair was down past my bottom. Long black pigtails. And my mom sewed all of our clothes. And my favorite dress was this red dress with white polka dots. It was a red dress with white polka dots and a little lacy collar. And I would wear that with my black patent leather Mary Janes and a pair of socks with the lace around them. And I had the big black little ponytails coming out of my head. And I started kindergarten. And I remember when I started kindergarten, I was really, really afraid because, I had never left my sisters or my mom. And so going to kindergarten, I cried, and my mom walked me in for the first time, and I met my teacher, and she left me there, and I met my first, set of friends. Angela Maynor, Jamie, Chris, I can't remember who else was in my kindergarten class. I can't all remember who all was in there, but I got in there and I felt like, okay, I'm going to be okay. Now, one thing about it is I grew up in a town called Hot Springs, which is, back then it was a small town, and at the school I went to, it was predominantly a white school. There was probably like 2 or 3 Mexican kids, and then like maybe 2 or 3 black kids, and that was it. And so when I was little, I got made fun of a lot because I was brown and not white, and I was really brown when I was littler because I stayed out in the sun all the time, and I would get super tan. And so a lot of kids would make fun of me, They would call me taco and burrito and other, slurs that have to do with being a Mexican. And I think that's the first time where I really started to feel like I didn't fit in, or I noticed that I was different than everybody else. I also noticed that I was different than everybody else because I couldn't wear shorts and I couldn't wear pants. And that made me feel really, I hated that. I did not like feeling like I didn't fit in, From a very young age, I was afraid of everything, okay? And I'm not talking normal afraid. I'm talking paranoid. I'm talking afraid that somebody's going to break into our house. I'm talking about thinking that somebody's going to carjack us when we're stopped at a red light. Okay? Like, I was afraid. I couldn't sleep by myself. Okay? I didn't sleep in my own bed until I was like 12 or 13 years old. That's how afraid I was. I would sleep outside my parents' door because they locked me out of their room because they wouldn't allow me to sleep in their bed anymore. So I would make a pallet because I was so afraid to sleep in my own room in the dark because I thought a demon was going to come out from underneath my bed. Okay? And the thing about it is, you guys, is I would have these very vivid dreams at night. I would have dreams of myself being kidnapped, put inside of a white van, and then I could see the license plate. Okay. And then when I would get in the car with my mom and dad during the day, I would look for this license plate everywhere. And any license plate that I seen that was even remotely close to it, like I was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? I don't know why my imagination was so fucking wild when I was younger. Now, I remember when my dad, me and my sisters would, lay with my dad and watch TV at night before we would go to bed. And my dad would always watch like America's Most Wanted and Unsolved Mysteries. So I think maybe that might have something to do with it, but I was high anxiety since a young little girl. So growing up in school, I did really well. I made very good grades. And it wasn't until probably like my 4th or 5th grade year that I started to struggle with my weight. And when I mean struggle with my weight, I mean I was a little chubby. That's it. Like I was not overweight at all. But in my mind, I was fatter. I was 200 pounds. You know what I mean? And so I felt even more insecure. I was so grateful though, because I had my 2 sisters at school with me now. And so me and my sisters would all, have each other's back, and we would be together if we needed to be together. So it was probably like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th into 8th grade year, I went to band camp. Okay. And I had started to, get boobies and develop and become mature. And when I went to band camp, there was this guy there that I really thought was so cute. And I was like, I'm ugly, I'm chubby, he won't like me. So I starved myself the whole time I was at band camp. And I came back from band camp and I had lost like 25 to 30 pounds. Seriously, like I starved myself. I ate 1 Snickers bar and a Diet Coke every single day. That was all I ate for the whole day. Okay, and it was sweltering hot. It was the middle of summer. I was walking all across campus at this college. Like I came back and I had lost a bunch of weight. And so when I went into my 8th grade year, I walked into the high school or the junior high, whatever, and it was like all eyes on me. Everybody noticed. Everybody was like, damn, she's fucking fun. Everybody noticed. Like, I'm telling you guys, it was so great for people to notice and to think I looked beautiful and to tell me I looked beautiful. And that only made me feel even more stronger about making sure that I didn't gain weight and that I stayed thin. And so I became obsessed with staying thin and not gaining weight. So I made the dance team, and I made, I was 2nd chair clarinet. I was on the basketball team, and I played fast pitch softball. So I was hella active. And so was my sister Michelle and my sister Christine. And so we were always going to extracurricular activities, doing all kinds of different stuff. And I was so obsessed with my weight that I was like trying to not eat a lot. Well, I don't know how I got my mom to do it, but my mom took me to our primary care physician, and I got my primary care physician to prescribe me phentermine, which is a stimulant. It's amphetamines, basically, for losing weight. I was 16 or 17 years old when I got this prescription, and I took it. And I'm telling you guys, when I took it, I was like, this is what it's all about. This is where I need to be. I could focus. I could do everything that I needed to do. I got my chores done. I got my homework done. I was fucking kicking ass and taking names at all the sports I was in and all the dancing I was doing. Like I felt like I was on top of the world, And so I only had like a 30-day prescription. So, of course, after 30 days, it was gone. Well, I started seeking out other things, and I found that ephedrine. I found Herbalife, and I found the hydroxycut pills that had ephedrine in them, and they helped me to lose weight. So I just started taking those. And that was like fueling my, stay skinny, don't eat a lot. Stay skinny, don't eat a lot. Well, while I was going through this kind of struggle, my baby sister, Michelle, my middle sister. I'm the oldest, then there's Michelle, then there's Christine. My middle sister, Michelle, started to struggle with her mental health, and really bad. Not normal, like really, really bad, to the point where she was leaving and running away from home. She was fighting people at school, like violently fighting girls and fighting dudes. Okay. I remember one time this kid called my little sister Christine fat at the bus stop, and my sister Michelle ran up on him and just punched him, bam, right in the face. Tim Duncan, bam, right in his face. Like, she was not playing around. And so she was being really promiscuous, and my parents didn't know what to do. And she wasn't going to school. And so my parents had to have her FINS petitioned, which means where they're not responsible for her. The state of Arkansas is. So the state of Arkansas took my sister and put her in juvenile jail because she wouldn't go to school and she was fucking everybody up. So while that was going on, I was slipping through the cracks, and I started to like experiment with different drugs. I met this guy named Robert, and we started dating, and he hung out with guys that were like 27 and 30 years old. He was 18. I was like I was 17. He was 18. And these guys were like 27, 30 years old. Right. And so they were smoking weed. And one night at a party, they had cocaine. And I had never said no to trying anything. And I had started drinking, so I was already like loosened up, you know. And I tried cocaine for the first time, and it was amazing. But it just didn't last very long. But it's still amazing, you know. And I didn't know anything else that I could do, so I started using cocaine. I also started cheating on my boyfriend with the quarterback of the football team at my school, because my boyfriend went to a different school. And so I was cheating on him with the quarterback of my school while he was over at his school. And the quarterback of the football team was bringing cocaine to school. And I was snorting lines before I would go to English class. So my sister got out of juvenile jail, and my mom and dad, you know, it was hard at that time. It was really, really hard. And they got her on medication, and they diagnosed her with bipolar disorder and then some other disorders. It was a lot. And she still struggled, but when she got on the medicine, it helped her a lot more. So I was being scandalous, cheating on my boyfriend, and I was just partying. Like, when I hit high school, I turned into an absolute party girl. I was keg stands. I would do these keg stands, topless keg stands, in front of God and everybody. I would drink so much alcohol that I would get on top of, you know, a chair or a bar and take my shirt off and be wet t-shirt contests, like just wild as fuck. And my friends were just as wild as I was. So we had a great time. Listen to me. I'm not going to lie to you. We had a great time in high school. I was fucked up, and I barely passed my high school year, but I had a great time, you know? So when I graduated high school, I had just went to this guy named Marco's house to hang out with my friend Jessica, and that's where I tried methamphetamine for the first time. And methamphetamine was all it. I was like, okay, this is it. It lasts longer. I can do this. I can work. I can get my stuff done. And so by the time I graduated high school, I was using methamphetamine on a daily basis. I got a job working for JCPenney, and I'm snorting meth. My dealer is coming into JCPenney. I am giving my dealer products from JCPenney, and he's giving me meth. And I lost my job. It was the best job too, y'all. I was doing people's makeup. I loved that job. And I had a brand new car that I had just bought, and that I had to pay payments on, so I had to have another job. So I got another job at Shoe Carnival, and this is like I could tell you all these things and it will just drag it all out. But this is something that kept happening, a pattern, okay? So I would get a job, be so high at my job, you know, give somebody shit from my job and get fired until I got my job working for the state of Arkansas. And so sometime between me getting the job for the state of Arkansas, me and Robert broke up. Like, it was inevitable that we were to break up. It was just like a high school thing, you know? We broke up, and I started working for the state of Arkansas, and I met this guy named LD. Okay, this LD, everybody told me not to date him. They said, you know, he will beat your ass. His ex-girlfriend came to me and told me, you do not want to date him. He will hit you. And I thought, you know what? I'll change him. And that's one thing that I was a glutton for punishment, is I always thought that I could save people. I always wanted to help people. Everybody, no matter what the situation was, I was going to fix them, right? So I didn't listen to what anybody else said, and I started dating this guy named LD. It wasn't even 6 months into our relationship where we were driving in my car, and he wouldn't quit fucking with my radio, and I smacked his ass, and he grabbed my steering wheel, and he threw us into oncoming traffic, and my car was totaled. He ran from the scene of the accident and left me there all by myself. I went up to the car that, you know, hit us. We went to their lane, you know, and the guys that were driving were like really fucked up. So all they wanted was my insurance. So I gave them my insurance card and my phone number, and then they left. So I left, and I ran back to my, to their apartment that we were going to. So this relationship was already off to a really bad start, you know? But for some reason, like, I don't know why I didn't think, get away now. Well, no, I do know why. Because I had low self-esteem. I didn't love myself. I didn't think I was good enough, right? So I stayed, and I was working for the state of Arkansas, making people's driver's licenses, IDs, car tags, insurances. And one day at work, this lady, like, freaked out on me and tried to jump across the counter. Well, I had a panic attack, and my boss gave me a Xanax. That's all. Xanax and me were like peas and carrots, okay, honey? I couldn't go through a day without taking Xanax after trying that one she gave me. So I went to the doctor, and I got a prescription for Xanax, and he prescribed me the little blue footballs, right? So I started taking Xanax and still doing methamphetamine and working for the state of Arkansas and trying to save LD, like trying to change him, help him get off probation, pay off his fines. I bought him a car. I was paying the rent and all the utilities at the place that we lived in. I was working a second job at Sonic. Like, y'all don't even understand, okay? Like, I was literally being taken advantage of. He was using the fuck out of me. But I didn't see it. I was doing some really felonious shit at the revenue office. I can't really talk about it, but I was doing some bad shit, and I ended up losing my job there. And when I lost my job there, that's when shit started to hit the fan with LD, because now I didn't have like a lot of money coming in. I was working at Sonic, and I got a job working at a gas station, and I was barely making it. Like, I was working real hard to make sure I paid my car payment, my insurance, my rent, all this different stuff, right? And so one night I came home from work, and I had started taking methadones, and I was really, really fucked up. Like, I was nodding out, all kinds of stuff. And I came home, and he was nowhere to be found. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go lay down. And I took up all of my jewelry, and I put it in my little makeup bag beside my bed, and I laid down and I passed out. Well, the next morning I woke up, and I went to roll over, and LD was nowhere to be found. So I started calling and calling. He wouldn't answer. I went to put my jewelry on and get myself ready for the day, and all my jewelry was gone. I had been fucking robbed. And his ass fucking robbed me. This motherfucker never came back. I finally called his sister, and I was like, where is he at? And that's when she told me, he's with another girl. He's with this girl named Ashley. And when I'm telling you guys, like, I fucking cried my eyes out. But this dude, like, he didn't care about me. Like, honestly, when I think back to it, I was with him for like 6 years, and he never loved me. Never, you know, and I just fucking stayed there with him. So he didn't come back, so I fucking said, fuck you, motherfucker, and I took everything. I took everything, and I left, and I moved in with my friend Nicole. And I went on the whole worst ecstasy binge where we were smoking crack and doing ecstasy, and then they robbed me. So when they robbed me, I was like, man, fuck this shit. I got to get help. And so I went into treatment for the first time at Quapaw House. And I did really good there. And that's something that I always do. When I go into treatment, I listen to what they tell me to do. I comply and I do a good job, and I get out and I get a sponsor and I go to meetings and I do all the stuff they tell me to do, right? And so that's what I did at this treatment center. And when I came out, I stayed sober for 6 months, me and my friend Scott, and then I relapsed on methadone. So in the city I grew up in, a lot of people that lived there were disabled, older disabled people, and they all got pills. And this lady, Connie, worked with me at the restaurant I was waiting tables at, and she had methadone 10 pills. And so she pulled some out one day, and that's all it took, and I was off to the races. And so my pain pill addiction with methadone 10s really started when I was living in Hot Springs. But I was also, shooting meth too. Well, I got a job working for this hotel called the Days Inn, and it was perfect for a tweaker like me. And so I started hanging out over at this guy named Nate's house who was cooking meth. So he's whipping it up. I'm talking like there's smoke coming out of the trailer. We're there all day long, up all night. We got TV set up on all corners of the fucking trailer so we can see who's coming, who's going. We got a fucking big ass barrel in the living room where we're shucking matches. We got like 15 people in there helping us shuck matches and shit. Like it was a whole fucking, we had a little fucking work line right there. Everybody had a job, right? And then after we, did all of our jobs, then he would give us all free bag for doing all of our jobs. And so that's how I got into shooting meth. I was over at his house and everybody was in the back bathroom or back bedroom doing their dope. And I was like, every time we get high, everybody leaves me in the living room to do my hot rails, and they all go in the back room. And so I fucking walked my happy ass back there one evening, and I opened the door, and they were all fixing up. And I had never seen that before. And I was like, man, I want to try that. And they were like, no. And I was like, I want to do that. If you don't do it for me, I will do it myself. And so they did it for me. And when I tell you guys, that's the day that I lost everything. That's the day that my whole life went to fucking shit. The first time I shot methamphetamine, it was like nothing I've ever experienced in my whole entire life. I didn't know that you could have an orgasm without somebody being there. I didn't know that could happen while you're standing up, and I was scared when it happened because everything happened so fast. And then all of a sudden I could feel it, the blood in my neck going all the way up to here, and my cheeks turning really red and really hot, and my hair felt like it was growing out of my head. And when I think back to that time, that's when it really, when I lost control of my life. That's when everything got super duper bad really, really fast. And so I became obsessed with the needle, and I started locking myself in the bathroom that night to teach myself how to inject on my own. And I stayed in the bathroom, and I took people's dirty spoons that they had all been using, and I scraped all them, and I shot up for like 7 hours in that bathroom by myself, teaching myself how to register. A lot of people were seeing me fucked up like I was, and they were calling my mom and dad because everybody knew us in the town that I grew up in. Everybody knew me and my sisters. My mom and dad are great people. They're still married to this day. And so they started to call my parents and say, hey, Nicole's not in a good way. You need to, somebody needs to help her. And my parents couldn't do anything about it, I wasn't living with them. They couldn't control me. And so I was just really in a bad place. Well, 6 months after I started to inject methamphetamine, I was driving with Quincy. He was driving my car and I was in the passenger seat. And we had went over to my sister's house and stayed the night. And then we left that morning to go over to the Terry twins' house and sell them some dope. Well, they set us up. And when we left their house that day, we didn't even get a half a block down the road and we were surrounded by like 3 cop cars and like 4 black SUVs. And that's the day I caught my felony charge for possession of a controlled substance. I had a syringe in my purse with like that much residue in it, and I got charged with a Class C felony. So after I got my felony, they said, you know, you can either go to prison, do probation, or do drug court. And so I was like, I will do probation. Which, honestly, you guys, when I think back to it, was the dumbest decision. I should have just fucking went to prison and got it over with. But instead, I wasted a whole year. They put me on probation, and I didn't know how to stay sober. So guess what happened? I didn't fucking stay sober. And every drug test that they would give me, I would fucking fail. And so my probation officer was like, I'm going to give you one more chance. And she sent me to my second treatment center, which was South Arkansas Substance Abuse Center in El Dorado, Arkansas. And of course, I got down there and I did amazing. I listened to everything they told me to do. And when I came out of treatment, I got a sponsor. I started going to meetings. I did everything they told me to do. And I relapsed. And when I relapsed, I had to go in, take a drug test with my probation officer, and she revoked my probation and sent me to prison. So she put a warrant out for my arrest. I went down to the jail. I paid it, and I got to stay out for 30 days. And then I had to go report to the court and get sentenced to prison. And so I stayed out for 30 days. And when I tell you guys, I was trying to kill myself getting as high as I was getting on methamphetamine, shooting it up. Like I'm surprised I didn't pop my heart or something, you know? But after that 30 days was up, I went and drove to the courthouse. I put my keys where my gas pump is at. I called my parents and I said, hey, I'm going to prison. Come get my car. My keys are here. And I love you. And I went in. I got sentenced. I ate 7 bars and then they shackled me and I went to jail because they take you to county jail first. I was scared when I got there. I thought all the girls were going to be mean and like hate on me or something. They all knew my sister. So when I walked in, they were like, DeMayo! And so I was like, okay, I'm not going to be hurt. It's going to be all right. I'm going to make it through this, you know? So they taught me the ropes, you know, all about just how to, you know, do things in jail. You know, sometimes you have to make yourself tampons out of pads, and we would talk through the toilet because the toilet, when you would talk through it, it would go to the boys' pod so they could hear us. So it was my second day there, or no, second or third day there, and one of the girls yells, Nicole, you have a phone call. And so I go to the phone, and I'm like, nobody's on the phone. They're like, the toilet phone. So I go all the way down to the far cell, and y'all, it was my friend Philip on the damn toilet phone. He was like, hey girl, what's up? And we sat there and we talked through the toilet. And that's what we would do all day long, me and the girls. It was crazy. I was there for 60 days and then they came down and got me and they were like, all right, it's time to go to prison. And the prison I went to, I'm trying to tell this fast because I'm tired as hell, y'all. The prison I went to was a regional protection facility in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. It was a boot camp style prison. Okay, so there's no cells. It's more like barracks. It's like military style. Everything you do is military, right? We have to march everywhere we go. We have to deuce up. We have to sing chants while we march around the fucking compound. It was fucking embarrassing, but I got a burp. Did you do any drugs in jail? When I went to jail, I didn't do any drugs there. I was coming down off of everything for the first week, and I didn't feel good. I felt like shit. Honestly, like, withdrawal for me in jail wasn't that bad because I think for me, like my mind knew that I couldn't get drugs. So I went through it, I made it through it, and I got through it. But when I went to prison, I did drugs the last 2 months I was in prison. I'm going to tell you what happened. So I got to prison, and they put me in Unit 2, which is the orientation unit, and they assigned me a job, which they gave me CWC, which was the compound work crew. And you had to like hoe and like dig gardens and like mow the lawn. And I was out there mowing the lawn one day, and one of the guards seen me, and she said, "Come here." So I went over there, and she's like, you're going to work in laundry. I'm taking you out of there, and you're going to come with me." And I was like, because laundry and the kitchen was where you wanted to be in prison, okay? And so I had a fucking bomb-ass job, dude. Like, people wanted to be there because we worked by ourselves. The guard would like go off, and we would be down there all by ourselves from 3 a.m. till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, listening to the radio and kicking it. As long as we got our fucking job done, honey, we could do whatever we wanted down there. And that's exactly what we did. The guard would bring us in free world food, ribs, cakes, all kinds of stuff. And we had a good time. I mean, we made the best out of it, right? There was this huge like cement thing, and it was like hollow, right? And it was huge. And every morning we would walk down there, you would hear these like, "Rah, rah." This thing was full of fucking bullfrogs, dude. Bullfrogs bigger than my fucking head. I've never seen anything like it in my whole entire life until I went to prison. These bullfrogs, and they made the like, it sounded like bass drum. That's how loud they were. It was so crazy. But I was working down there, and I was making do. You know, my first like month there, I remember laying on my bed. I was on the top bunk, and I was like, damn, I'm in prison. Like, I can't leave. You know, I called my parents when I got there and let them know I got there, and they came and visited me every Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember which day it was, but they came and visited me, and none of my friends visited me. Nobody wrote me. You know, all my drug friends were nowhere to be found. So the last 2 months I was there, I walked in on this girl named Rhonda pulling a bag of pills out of her crotch, out of her vagina, you know the deal. And so since I caught her in the bathroom, she broke me off. And she said, you know, from now on, I'll give you some every Saturday when we go to visitation, or when we get back from visitation, because my grandma and my mom sneak them in. And I was like, okay. And so for the next 2 months, I was taking Hydros, Norcos, whatever pain pills that they brought in. But y'all, when I tell you, it was fucking miserable, because I was scared the whole time, because they could drug test us. And if we got caught, then we would get more time added on, right? So it wasn't like I could enjoy the high, you know? So it was time for me to start like making my arrangements to go home. So I had called to parole out to my mom and dad's house. And that's when my probation officer called the prison to talk to me. And she said, "You are banned from this county." What? Banned. I can't come back to where I live. So I was like, fine, fuck it. And I paroled out to a sober living house here in Little Rock. And I stayed sober for about 9 months when I got out of prison. I did really good. I had a really good job at Kroger, and I had that job all the way up until 2012 when I lost it finally. So this was 2010. 2009. And I just got that job. I was working really, really hard, making good money. And of course, I stopped going to my meetings. I stopped calling my sponsor, and I relapsed. Only this time, I started shooting oxys. Yeah, they would not let me go back to Garland County. I had never shot up opiates before, so this was all new. And so I started shooting up oxys, and that was like a whole new thing for me. So now you guys have to understand something about me. Like, I was a poly addict. Okay, so like I abused multiple substances like interchangeably. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was always on something, and meth, opiates, or Xanax, but when I got out of prison, I went really hard on oxys, and I started shooting them. Well, it wasn't too long after that I realized, like, man, I'm falling back real bad. I need to get help. So I went into treatment here in Little Rock at RCA, and I did really well. I stayed there for 30 days, came out, and I relapsed right away this time. And this time I was like, man, I need to find somewhere that I can live or somebody that I can roommate up with. And I had met this girl, Tara, through some other friends that I had just met. And Tara was just like me. She liked to do drugs. She was on disability, so she was home all day long. And so I was like, listen, bitch, I'll pay you money to rent a room or a couch or whatever you got, and we'll get high and we'll make the best out of it. And I moved in with her, and that's what we did. And when I tell you guys, that's all we did was smoke crack, fucking do meth, and shoot oxys. Like, it was all day, every day, 24/7. It was old. When I think back to it, like, I feel horrible because she had a little girl, and her little girl was like 4 years old, you know, and she was always there, and we were always getting fucked up. It got really, really bad. I'd been there for like over a year, and I hit a bottom, and I was like, man, I got to go back. I can't stay here anymore. Like, I'm going to die, you know? So I went back into treatment, same place, RCA. And when I came back out, I relapsed again. Like, I was really not doing well at all once I got here to Little Rock. I was managing to hold on to my job, though, because I took an FMLA, which is a Family Medical Leave Act. And so I went back to work, and I met this guy named Hunter at my job. He had went to AA, and that's how I knew him before. And him and his girlfriend were looking for a roommate, right? And so I was like, hey, I can move in with you guys. And they were like, okay, bet. Well, right before I moved in with them, I had went to pick up my friend Gerald because we were shooting Roxy's, and we got pulled over and my car got impounded. And my mom and dad would not get my car out of impound. So now I have no car. I found a woman to buy my car out of the impound. She paid $3,000. She gave me like $2,600 and paid the impound fee. And then my car was gone. That car had been with me since 2000, and now we're in 2012. Okay? So I had no vehicle, and I said, okay, Hunter, I can move in with you guys, but y'all have to bring me to work every day. And so it was a deal. They brought me to work every morning. I had to be at work at Kroger at 6 in the morning because I worked in produce at the time, and they were making it work. And I was getting high on meth, shooting oxys, and sleeping on a couch. Well, one night, I wanted to have a party. So I invited this guy named Casey over, and he brought over Neil, my husband. He wasn't my husband yet, though. And I remember when I first saw Neil, he has red hair, and I was like, damn, he's so cute. And so I talked to him. I was like, hey, you know, like, I like your vibe or whatever. And we went and hung out, and we stayed up all night long talking, just talking. We didn't kiss, we didn't have sex, nothing. We just talked all night long. Well, he brought me back to the apartment, and 2 days later, he was like, hey, he called me, and he's like, do you want to go on another date, you know? And so from that day forward, we were never apart, ever apart. He stayed at my apartment on the couch with me every night, and he would take me to work every morning, and then he would go to his job. I remember I told him, I said, I need some space because I needed to go through my phone and tell every dude that I ever talked to fuck all the way off because I loved this guy and I wanted to be with him. And Neil was so upset because he thought that I was like, didn't want to be with him or something. And so he showed up at the house, and I wouldn't let him in because I told him I needed space and I needed my boundaries. And he left like roses at the front door and a letter, and he opened the car door for me whenever we would go anywhere. He always paid for everything. That was the first time I had ever been with anybody who treated me like my dad told me. Like, a man is supposed to treat you like this. All the other guys I had ever dated had always treated me like shit. And my husband he treated me like a lady, like a woman. And so I fell in love with him and he fell in love with me. We were, when I tell you guys, like we were stuck to each other, you know? And so he took me to meet his parents for the first time, and his dad scared me shitless. His dad is a Marine, or was a Marine. He passed away, and he was like, what do you want with my son? And I was like, I want to marry him one day, I think, you know? And it was really nerve-wracking, but we were with each other. We never separated, but my husband struggled with addiction too, and I didn't realize that. You know, I knew that he got high, but I didn't know he was like me and had a really bad addiction until I found out that he had a prescription for methadone. And so he was prescribed 365 methadone 10 pills a month. So you know what that meant. A bitch was going to be eating his methadone 10 pills, and that's exactly what happened. I ended up eating so many of his methadone 10 pills and taking so many Xanaxes, y'all, that I was always fucking overdosing. And I got so skinny, my eyes would always be rolled back in my head and I would be in a constant nod. I started having psychosis from it, and then my fucking hair fell out. Like, I'm telling you guys, I don't know if y'all have ever seen anybody like get really fucked up on methadone, but that was me. It was me and methadone were bad news, okay? And I had fucking crashed. Me and Neil, I was driving the car, and I was high on methadone and Xanax and Klonopin, and I crashed my car into a brick wall. I was trying to drive him to the hospital because he was having a seizure in the passenger seat, and I crashed us into a brick wall and almost killed him. They had to intubate him in the hospital. Like, you guys, when I tell you, it was bad. It was bad. What a great first impression on his mom and dad, you know. They came to the hospital and Neil had that thing down his throat, and all I had was a bloody nose, and I fucking felt horrible. And this was a rental car that we were driving. It was horrible, man. But at that time, I needed to get out of Kaylee and Hunter's house. So I got my own apartment, which was a high-rise on University. And I got fired from Kroger because I went in there after one night of partying and I was just fucking fucked up on bars, slurring my words and everything. So they fired me. Finally fired me. You know, they had given me so many chances. Well, I got a job waiting tables at this Cajun, like a fish place, super expensive, and I was making really good money, like $600 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. And so I was in a good spot with money. And so I was paying for my apartment. Neil was still living with his parents, but he would stay with me like most of the time. And I was just getting fucked up and working, you know. Life was getting bad, you know. Well, one day I was downstairs in this house that I live in now, and Neil's dad was down there, and he looked at me and he said, "You're pregnant." And I was like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "Yes, you are." And I was like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "Yeah, you are." I was like, "Whatever." Well, a week later, I went and got a pregnancy test, and I took it, and I was pregnant. I was pregnant, and I knew that I need to stop using drugs, and so we all had a little powwow, and I said, you know, if you don't want me to have the baby, I understand if you don't want anything to do with me. And Neil's family was like, "No, we love you. We want you to be in our family. We want you to have your baby, and we want to be the grandparents." And so I was like, okay, I'm going to get sober, and I'm not going to use drugs anymore. And I can't believe I actually thought I could do that. I was able to stop taking the opiates. I had like literally just stopped. But the reason why I was able to stop so easily was because I was shooting meth. So I took the opiates and the benzos and I said, I can't do those anymore. And I was shooting meth. And that's what I was doing. And I knew that I needed to get sober. So I was trying to stop the meth too. So I would stop for like a month and then I would relapse. I would stop for like a month and then I would relapse. I was going to all my prenatal appointments. I was doing all the stuff I was supposed to do, right? Going to the doctor. Nobody ever said anything to me at my doctor's office. Nobody ever was like, hey, we know you're using drugs or you failed this drug test. Nothing. Nothing. It was July 3rd of 2014, 5 a.m. in the morning. I was sitting in the room over there, Indian style, pregnant as hell, 9 months pregnant, when I started to get this really sharp pain in my lower back. And then I knew I was having my baby. I was going into labor. So I went to my mother and father-in-law's bedroom and I said, my labor is here and I'm going to have the baby. And so Barb was like, it's okay, call Neil, because my husband was working overnights. So I called Neil and he said, I'll be there in a little bit. He showed up and we went to the hospital and I was only 1 centimeter dilated. So I begged them to let me come home because I did not want to sit in that hospital bed because I was high on meth. I got fucking heartburn, y'all. I was high on meth. And so they let me come home and I'm telling you guys, I was in labor from 5 o'clock that morning until 8:30 p.m. that night. And I finally went to the hospital at 8:30 and they checked me and I was 8.5 centimeters dilated. So they gave me my epidural and then about 10 o'clock I started pushing and they had given me another epidural, another shot of it or whatever. And I couldn't push anymore. I couldn't feel my legs. And so they were like, okay, we need to take a break. We'll come back in 30 minutes. They came back in 30 minutes. We started pushing again. And about an hour later, Nate came out. And it was 1 a.m. on July 4th morning. He was my firecracker. He came out. I was so afraid they were going to take him from me. I just knew they were going to take him from me. I was scared to death. The moment I heard him cry, I knew that he was okay. They cleaned him up and they gave him to me and I got to hold him and I started breastfeeding him and then they took him again and they pushed the placenta out and they sewed me up and then they got me a regular room and then I held my baby and I slept with my baby for the next 2 days, feeding him and changing him and everything. And then I went home. And I couldn't believe that nobody took my son. The only thing I can tell you guys is that they didn't fucking check me or God made a miracle because I was high. Had been high. You know, I don't know. All I can tell you is that God did for me what I couldn't do for myself because he knew that if my son had been taken away from me that day, that I would never get sober, that I would probably end up committing suicide. And so he sent me home with my baby and I was able to bond with my child for the next year. I stayed sober for 90 days and I relapsed. Once I relapsed, I started to leave my son with my mother and father-in-law and run the streets getting high. And then my husband relapsed. And so now we're both running the streets getting high. One night, I was on the phone with Tara and I told her, you know, hey, I need that $30 that you owe me. She wouldn't pay me back, so I called her boyfriend. And he was like, I'll pay you. And he said, come on down. And so me and my husband went and got the money. Well, when I got home, she was pissed. She called me and she said, I'm going to call CPS on you. And I was like, whatever. She did. CPS had come to my house a couple times, I guess, and I didn't know, and they left a note on the door. I got the note. I went up there. They drug tested me. I failed. They came to my house, drug tested my husband. He failed. And they said, don't worry, we're not going to take your son. We're going to put a protection plan in place, but you need to go to treatment. Talking to me. I was like, okay, I'm gone. I'm going, you know. Then they came back the next day and said, never mind, we're taking your son. And I said, fuck this shit. And I went straight into detox. I said, fuck y'all, I'm going into detox. Y'all are not keeping my kid. I'm going to be out of here. I'll be out in 30 days, and I'm going to get my fucking son. I'm going to fight for my son. And so I went to detox. I went into residential treatment. And the first 2 weeks I was in residential, I was taking Xanax. I was sneaking them in. And they caught me. And that's when they sat me down and they said, we can terminate your rights. And I don't know why. I guess I just didn't realize the severity, right? Maybe it was just because I was so fucked up. But when they told me they were going to terminate my rights, it was like a switch clicked in my head. And it's like, it just turned me all around. And I was like, okay, this is it. I'm changing my life. I'm going to stay sober. And so I stayed in treatment for another 2 weeks. I got out, got with my husband. He was on Suboxone. After I struggled for a little bit, then I decided, hey, I better get on Suboxone too. I got on Suboxone and we started fighting for our son. And we fought for the next year. CPS did everything they could to try and keep my son from me. Okay? Everything they could. They lied. They fucking had me take psychological evaluation after psychological evaluation, trying to prove that I was unfit. Okay? Trying to prove that I was somehow crazy or some shit. And tried to say that because we were on subs, we shouldn't get our son back. Bitch, I fought every fucking one of them motherfuckers. And I went and I learned everything I could about addiction and Suboxone. And I came back to court with my fucking doctor and my fucking counselor, and we fucking slayed their motherfucking asses. Okay? And the judge said, you get your son back. It was 1 year to the day I got my son back. When I tell you guys, it was the worst experience of my whole entire life losing my son to CPS. Okay, they didn't help me at all. They didn't try to make my life easier. They didn't try to help me and my husband in our recovery. Nothing. It was horrible. It was horrible. Okay? CPS does nothing but make things worse, especially if you're already struggling with the disease of addiction. Okay, I advocated for myself. I found my own treatment center. Okay, I got myself a full-time job. Okay, me and my husband, my mother and father-in-law had bought a new house and had moved out of this house. And they said, if you take over the payments and you pay them, you can live here. So we started paying the motherfucking mortgage. Okay, $1,500 a month. All right, my husband was working his ass off to pay the mortgage here. And I was working my ass off to help pay all the other stuff. You know, and I walked everywhere I went because I had no fucking car. I called people to give me a ride to the AA meetings. I would call my sponsor to come pick me up. I fucking went the extra mile everywhere. Nobody said, hey, Nicole, let me give you a car, or here's $1,000, or my parents were in New York. My parents weren't even in Arkansas because they had to leave because they couldn't watch me kill myself anymore because my dad was going to have a heart attack, you know? And me and my husband worked our asses off, okay? And we fucking did the damn thing. I'm telling you, we did the damn thing. It was the hardest thing I've ever been through. I would cry every single time I had to give my fucking son back to those people. I was very grateful, though, because the foster family that we had was amazing. And they were all for reunification, and they supported me, and they saw my heart, and that I loved my son, and that I wanted to have a better life. And so they supported me. And when we got back, Nate, it was really difficult. You know, I had a year sober, and I didn't know how to be a mom sober. And so I struggled a lot, and I still struggle to this day. You know, I have a lot of guilt and shame. A lot. But I love my son more than anything in the whole wide world. And if there's anything that can keep me sober and help me with motivation, it's my little boy. I every time, if I ever think about using drugs, I think about the day I had to hand my little boy over to a complete stranger. It was 2 days before his first birthday. Can you imagine waking up and not knowing where your parents are at? You're a little baby. You can't smell them, you can't see them, and you're in some strange person's house. So the first 2 or 3 years of my sobriety, I struggled a lot. I struggled a lot because I didn't know how to be a mom. So I tried to buy my son all the things that I could to make his life amazing, right? And that's something that I made a huge mistake, and I hope that by me sharing this with you guys, that you won't make the same mistakes I did. I spoiled my son because I felt so guilty about having him taken away from me, and now I'm learning how to be a parent the right way, because I just didn't know how to, and I just wanted him to be happy, and I wanted him to know how much I loved him and how sorry I was. My son doesn't remember any of that. He doesn't remember getting taken away. He knows he got taken away because I've shared that with him. And he knows that I'm a drug addict and I'm in recovery because I've shared that with him. My son is 8 years old and he's smart as fuck. He is so smart. He is like the smartest kid in the world. And he is gorgeous. He has brown hair and green eyes. And he's white, but he gets tan in the summertime. And he is just a beautiful, beautiful boy. And he's kind and he's loving. I have taken my son around with me to help people. We'll stop and we'll help people that are on the side of the road, give them money. And so my little boy has been able to learn hey, some people are less fortunate than us, and he has a giving heart and he always wants to help other people. And he's just such a sweet, sweet boy. He's very, very smart though. Sometimes too smart. I got into AA when I first got sober, and I was working the steps, and I have a sponsor. I still have a sponsor to this day. But I was on Suboxone, and I felt so much shame in the rooms of 12-step rooms, AA. And I told my sponsor, she didn't kick me off, she didn't fire me, but I still didn't feel like I fit in, And so it was probably 2016, 2017. I had told my story at the treatment center that I went to, and I was like, man, I want to help people. I want to share my story. I want to make a difference. I want to encourage people. I want to help moms who are like me, so that way they don't make the same mistake I did. And so I started telling my story online on YouTube. I came to Facebook first. Fuck Facebook. They're all fucking mean there. So I left and went to YouTube. And I built my YouTube channel. And that's where I started out in 2017. And my YouTube channel is not huge. I just have right under 10,000 followers over there. But it's a community. And we built it from the ground up. And I started it by doing meetings that were all-inclusive, that were supportive of people on Suboxone and methadone and Vivitrol and Selfmedicating and Kratom and medical marijuana. Okay? And I did these meetings Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I was there no matter what. Okay? In 2020, when the pandemic came, bitch, I was there every fucking night doing a meeting, so that way people that couldn't go to meetings because of the pandemic could come and they would do them with us. And I started to, gain, people started knowing about me, right? MAP programs started using my live streams as meetings for their clients. People were playing my videos in their Suboxone clinics. Doctors were emailing me and saying that, hey, we love what you're doing. We're so proud of you, right? And then one day this doctor shows up in my comments and he's like, I want to do a video with you. And I'm like, what? And so I met Dr. B and we did a video together. And then I had him on my channel and I asked him a bunch of questions about his life and why he cared about helping drug addicts. And he shared with me about his dad passing away when he was 4 from a drug overdose. And I just knew right then that this is the person that I am going to work with. Like, we're going to work together somehow, some way. I just don't know how. Well, the very beginning of 2020, January, Dr. B's marketing team called me and they said, Dr. B and us want to hire you. We want you to come work for us. And I was like, what? I had been working my ass off at Hallmark, barely making $200 every 2 weeks. I wasn't making shit, right? And they were like, yeah, we want you to come work with us. And so I was like, okay. And so I started out, answering the phones for Dr. B's medical office and his outpatient program and harm reduction program. Just answering the phones, helping people that were calling. And then slowly but surely, I gained more and more responsibility. And I just recently got a promotion at my job. I'm head over account management. I'm the account manager over, like, I handle all of the social media accounts that we run. So if y'all don't know, I work for a company, and what we do is we help people build their social media followings. And so we have like 15, 20 clients. And what I do is I post on all their TikToks, YouTubes, Instagrams, Pinterests, Facebooks. And so that's what I do. And then I also, work for Dr. B, answering the phones for his medical office, for his MAP program. And that's how I got into like helping people a lot that are on Suboxone just like me, because I started learning more and more from Dr. B and being able to be a peer support, like for the people that were his patients. And so I started from the bottom. I had nothing. Okay. I was working at a sandwich shop when I first got sober. Then I graduated up to Hallmark. And then I got my job working for Dr. B in Austin. And now I just got, like, each year I've been able to step up and step up and step up my job, and I love my job. I love social media. I love helping people build their social media accounts. I'm always offering people help because I just love to see people succeed. I like helping other women and men that are in recovery. I like teaching them how to get monetized so that way they can make money, because I know it's hard because I'm a felon and it's hard to get a good job. So I try to teach people about how to get brand deals, how to monetize their content on Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels here. I just try to help people so that way they can do what I did. So that way they can, slowly work their way up and actually be able to do something, right? And so that's what I've been doing since 2017. I have been online doing recovery stuff, helping people online, and then I finally got it hired as my real job in 2020. I did it from 2017 till 2020, just on my own, for free, just making YouTube videos and helping people. And then in 2020, I got hired on to work somewhere where I get to help the people that, go to that medical clinic. And then I get to help people with their social media. And anyways, I just love it. I love my job. It's perfect for me. Perfect. And my little boy is he's going into 3rd grade. My husband is doing amazing and has an amazing job working for the government. And, he's sober. He's got almost 2 years. I have 7 years. It's 12:02. I have 7 years sober. I just can't believe it. I cannot believe that I have fucking been able to do this for so long. I never thought that I would be able to stay sober. You'll have no idea how much this means to me. There was a time where I remember waking up in the mornings and I wanted to die. I hated my life. I hated my life. I knew that I had so much potential and I had so much to offer, and I wanted to help people, and I was a good person. Even though I was strung out on drugs, I wasn't a bad person. I was sick. And even when I was strung out on drugs, I wanted to help people. You know what I mean? Even though I was high, I was always trying to do something for somebody else, like help LD get off probation, pay for his fines, buy him a car. And I got taken advantage of a lot in my addiction because I was kind, because I wanted to help people. And I was using my God-given gifts for the wrong reason. And it wasn't until I got sober that I learned, like, hey, now that I'm sober, I can use the things that I'm good at to actually help people for the good, you know? And I'm not perfect. Like, I struggle, you know? There's days where I think about using, right? And you know what I do? I think about my son. I'm telling you guys. I think people think a lot of the times that people that are pregnant and get addicted, that we don't love our children, and that we wanted to do that, and that we didn't care and we were choosing drugs over our children. You have no idea. You have no idea how much it haunts me still to this day, 7 years later. I've been sober for 7 fucking years, dude, and I still struggle to this day. I still haven't been able to forgive myself for that, you know? And that's one of the things that I want to help people understand. I want people to understand that just because we have an addiction when we're pregnant doesn't mean that we don't love our kids, you know? And that's what I try to share about that online. I didn't start out sharing about that like I do now, but when I came to TikTok in 2020, I said, I'm going to talk about pregnancy and addiction, and I'm going to talk about it, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. You know, and a lot of people don't like the way I do things. They don't like that I talk about drugs so much. They don't like that I fucking tell it like it is, and I say I fucking had sex for drugs, or I did this or that. They don't like the way I am. There's a reason why I just tell things and I just say it like it is. I'm blunt and to the point. I don't beat around the bush. The reason why I'm like that is because I'm not trying to reach people that have their shit together. I'm not trying to reach people that are sober, okay? I'm trying to reach people that are struggling, that are in the depths of hell, who can relate to what I'm saying. And so when I share my stories and I'm talking about crazy shit I did and seen when I was high on methamphetamine, it's not because I'm proud of being high on methamphetamine. It's not because I enjoyed it so much. It's because I'm trying to find people who know what I'm talking about, who are like, wait a second, I'm high on methamphetamine watching her video right now. I'm trying to reach people that are struggling, and you don't reach people that are struggling by talking about recovery 24/7, 7 days a week. I work my ass off to stay sober. I've been doing the same thing for 7 years and I haven't stopped yet. I have a little system. I wake up every morning. I'm fucking grateful. I fucking think of all the things that I have to be grateful. A roof over my head, the sun shining, a car out in my driveway, my son in my custody, my husband sober, my family back. Okay? After I say, okay, I'm grateful, then I say, God, guide me today. Show me how to live clean. Every single morning when I wake up, I ask him to guide me and show me how to live. Okay? Then I read my little meditation book, and then I start my day. Throughout the day, I try to be good to people. I try not to hurt anyone. I try not to go out of my way to be nasty to anyone. Okay? And it's hard because a lot of people on this app are fucking nasty to me. But I fucking try my hardest to rise above every single time. Every single time. Okay? And at the end of the day, I take my little inventory. I look at it. Do I need to fucking apologize to anybody? Do I have a secret that I've been keeping? Anything that would cause me to have resentment or relapse, I need to get it off my chest right now so that way I don't carry it into the next day with me. And I've been doing the same little system for 7 years, and it helps me. It helps me a lot. I connect with other people that are in recovery. I have a sponsor that I talk to still to this day. She has like 41 years sober. And so I found what works for me, and I do it. I do it, you know, and there was a time where I didn't think I would be able to stay sober, you know, and all it took for me, you guys, all it took for me was finally realizing that I cannot put drugs and alcohol into my body, because when I do, My body doesn't respond to drugs and alcohol the same way a normal person's does. And I lose control. I lose fucking control. And I had to let go of the reservations that I would be able to control it. Because for a long time, I thought, hey, I could still use every now and then. Nobody would know. It would be my little secret, right? I could still control it. And as long as I had that reservation, there was always that chance that I could relapse and ruin my life, ruin my son's life. And so I've really, really had to learn that, like, man, I can't use drugs, man. When I use drugs, I fuck shit up. I'll ruin my life and my son's life. And listen to me, I'm not willing to ruin my son's life, okay? I will be sober for sure until my son's 18 years old, okay? For sure. After that, when he moves out, if he does move out, who knows what will happen, right? But I can promise you, I'm not ruining my son's life when he's in my custody. I will stay sober no matter what. Okay, no matter what. And I've been through some shit. I've been through my husband acting like a dumbass and relapsing. I've been through some fucking drama and chaos all last year, people harassing me and stalking me online. I've been through it, and I didn't get fucked up over it. You know what I'm saying? Because I've learned coping skills, and that's what you got to do. You got to learn how to cope with life. Okay? You can't go run into drugs and alcohol every time something bad happens in your life. You got to face it, and it's uncomfortable. It sucks facing shit. It sucks feeling feelings, right? Who wants to feel fucking shitty? Who wants to be sad? Who wants to be mad? Who wants to be depressed? Nobody does, right? But in order to get through it and stay sober, that's what you got to do. I was depressed all winter long. I struggled with fucking bad depression. Bad depression. And you know what? I lived through it. Sure, I didn't get out of the bed that much. I made my son food. I made sure he was taken care of. Got him to school, and I made it. I didn't pick up drugs no matter what, because I knew if I got fucked up, that would just make my depression worse. Okay? No matter what, I know drugs will only compound my problem. It will not take my problems away. It will make it 10 times worse. And so no matter what, I have to go through it, I cried a lot the wintertime. Like I said, I was so depressed, I was in bed a lot. I felt so guilty. I felt so guilty, but I didn't get high. And that's what matters. And I felt guilty because my husband worked so hard. And I just feel really guilty. But I made it through it. I didn't use. And my son, he was none the wiser, because I took him to school in the morning and then I would come home and be depressed, And I'm still working on getting my mental health totally straightened out. I'm on depression medication. I'm on Wellbutrin, but I still really struggle. And so I'm still trying to get my mental health completely straightened out. But I'm on the right path, and I'm aware of it. I did catch hepatitis C when I was in active addiction. I made sure I got it taken care of this last year. I got it cured. So if you have hepatitis C and you're scared to get it treated, honey, ain't it nothing but a thing. I took 1 pill a day for 8 weeks, and baby, it was all good in the hood. Okay? No side effects. Easy peasy, chicken deasy. Okay? Don't be ashamed. Go get that shit taken care of. Don't worry about what no motherfuckers say. Okay? Now I gotta take care of my fucking pussy. I gotta go get a fucking pap smear and all that bullshit. I hate that shit. But that's the kind of stuff that I have to, now that I'm sober, like, these are things that I put off when I was in my active addiction. I didn't go to the doctor like I was supposed to. I didn't go to the dentist like I was supposed to. And so now that I'm in recovery, like, all these things are things that I'm learning that you have to be responsible, right? You have to get your pap smear. You gotta get your teeth clean. You gotta get a checkup once a year. You gotta get your mental health straight. And it's like a lot of responsibility being an adult, because I've never been an adult before. I am 40 years old with a 17-year-old mind. Like, I'm still the Nicole that I was walking through junior high. You know what I'm saying? At 40 years old. I really fucked my life up for many, many years. And I just don't want you guys to make the same mistakes I did. I don't want you to make the same mistakes. You don't want to be like me, 40 years old and just getting my life together. Okay? You don't want to be like me. All my friends own houses. All my friends have careers, you know? And I'm not comparing my life because comparison is the thief of joy. But I'm just telling you guys, like, I don't want you guys to make the same mistakes I made, you know? And if I can help you guys to not make those same mistakes, I will, you know? And one more thing. I know I talked about how much I struggle with my self-image and my weight when I was younger, you know? Very, very insecure. And since I've gotten sober, I gained like 60 pounds. Straight up, 60 pounds. And it has been the hardest thing for me to accept my body the way it is right now because I hate it. But I would rather be overweight than strung out on meth. And so I'm working hard on making healthy changes in my life, little by little. It takes me a while. I have a problem. I have an addiction to food. I have an eating disorder, you know? But I try to just look at it as, you know what? You're sober now. You're healthy. You're thriving. And you can always lose weight, you know? If I go out and relapse and die, I can't bring myself back to life. So I'm learning to just love myself and take it easy on myself and give myself grace because I've come a long fucking way. A long way. So that's it. That's my story. And there's so many parts in it that I left out just because I would be on here with you guys for 3 hours. Like my story, it took me 4 hours to tell it last time I told it on my YouTube channel. You know what I mean? Like I'm very thorough and I like to tell my stories and let y'all know what I went through, you know, and the different things that happened and the stupid shit I did. So if you are really wanting to see a 4 fucking hour long story time, you can go to my YouTube channel. The link is up there in my bio and just go to the playlist and it'll say addiction story time. And just click that, honey, and you'll have you can watch it for 4 hours, all kinds of details. Okay? Hey, that's awesome, gas station guy. I'm proud of you guys. And I'm sorry, for some reason I had indigestion, man. It was burning right here. And so the whole time I'm trying to tell my story and then I'm it made me feel ugh, I shouldn't have ate those tacos. But anyway, I don't mean to be sad or anything because I'm not sad. I just want you guys to know that I really do care about whether or not you get sober. I really do care about helping people. And I know there's a lot of people online who say that they do this and say that they care and do this and do that. But I really put so much of my own personal time dedicating it to helping other people every single day. And it's because I really do care about people not dying from the disease of addiction. I'm really passionate about helping people not make the same mistakes I did. And so, if I can help you guys with anything, if you're struggling, you can always reach out to me. I'm Discovering Nicole on all platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. And, yeah. Sorry I got a little emotional on y'all. That's just how I am. And I really appreciate you guys for coming and hanging out with me tonight. We did it. We made it till midnight. I told y'all we were going to do it. And I was about to pass out at 11, but we did it. I'm an old lady now. I can't handle late nights. But thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me and celebrating my 7 years sober with me. And I'll be on tomorrow and we'll, do some other fun stuff. But I really, really appreciate it, you guys. It means a lot to me. All right? I love you guys. I'm going to go lay down because I'm motherfucking beat. Good night.